I have a script right here.
I don't think so.
It's 58. It's 58.
Yeah, the time's wrong.
It's 58?
It's 58 right now.
That's what threw us.
All right. Well, it changed. I guess we're waiting until 10.
I guess so.
Somebody let us know when we're live. Oh,
No?
we are.
Beautiful.
All right. Looks like we are live streaming. Everybody get some noise in here. Let these viewers. Welcome to the 6th annual Digital for Good Summit. I'm Tony Watley. I am a host of the 365 Driven podcast, author of Side Hustle Millionaire, and an entrepreneur of over 20 years. And I've built and sold companies for millions. And I love helping kids and entrepreneurs really become the best versions of themselves. And I have an amazing co-host today, Caitlin. Give us an introduction.
Hi, y'all. My name is Caitlin Marsh, and I'm the annual marketing intern at Digital4Good ICANHELP, where I lead a team of content creators in creating content for the organization's events and sponsorships. I'm also a marketing student at the University of Texas at Austin, Hook 'em Horns, with a Spanish business certificate. Outside of work and school, I'm a mental health advocate on and off campus, and I'm especially passionate about reducing mental health stigma in the military community.
Good credentials, great credentials. She's earned it. She's earned the stage. Awesome. So we are incredibly honored to participate in the summit to help amplify and work messages for this year's Students Innovators. As we begin our Digital for Good Live Day, I'd also like to thank our incredible sponsors for the generous support and time and donations, including today's main sponsors, including Google, where we're filming this for. Give them a hand. Growing Leaders, and the All Rise Foundation. These sponsors are helping us make a positive impact on how students engage with each other online and use Digital for Good. Digital for Good is an annual event that shines a light on students from all over who are working towards making the internet a better place.
Today, we will be introducing you to 8 incredible projects led by young people who are using technology or social media to make a positive impact in the world. I've had the opportunity to meet these students over the last couple of days, and I've been blown away by their creativity, their ingenuity, and their kindness and their hope. I do not doubt that these students will help change the world, and it's an honor to introduce them today. But before we hear from our innovators, we are so excited to welcome Google's Zoe Darme. Zoe is a senior manager on the consumer trust team at Google, where she focuses on building responsibility and trust in products for Google Search, News, Maps, and Assistant. Previously, Zoe worked at Microsoft and Facebook, where she focused on multi-stakeholder approaches to trust and safety, content, governance, and moderation, and the overall safety landscape online. Zoe also led global outreach for the establishment of Facebook's oversight board. Welcome, Zoe.
Give her a big hand, big hand.
Thank you so much. Warm welcome, and thank you all for being here today. As I mentioned earlier this morning, we are thrilled here at Google to welcome you, coming to you live from our New York City headquarters here in lovely Chelsea. And tomorrow is Safer Internet Day. Can I get a big shout for Safer Internet Day?
Yeah.
I heard yesterday from my colleagues who were with some of you who were sharks, who were mentors, and everyone said, oh my gosh, Zoe, these kids are so impressive. I've heard that some of you have written books, that some of you have started companies, and it's just so amazing because certainly when we were your age, we were probably not doing such impressive things. So we are really, really impressed by all of you and so excited to be part of your Changemakers Day today. So what we'll be doing later today after we bring up our winners, we will give you a peek behind the curtain of what it's like to work at Google. So who here has heard of Google's amazing perks like all the snacks? Yeah. And maybe nap pods. Have you heard about nap pods? Well, in addition to that, we have developers, we have coders, we have product managers, we have policy folks. There's a range of things that you can do. It's not all naps and snacks, I promise. But here at Google, we love to build things. And that's one thing that I think my colleagues really took away from yesterday is that we are with a group of young people who are really encouraged about the future and who are excited to build things together as well. So thank you again for being here with us. We are excited to spend this day with you. And one more round of applause for the amazing Digital for Good Summit. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Big hand for Google.
Thank you, Zoe, for those uplifting words of welcome to begin the final day of our summit. As we kick off our event, we want to hear from you. Throughout the summit, make sure you're posting and sharing on your social media all day today. Use the hashtag #Digital4Good and tag the official Digital4Good x ICANHELP accounts to get a shout out, be reposted, and even have the chance to win a prize.
So I am excited to introduce our first student winner, Tanvi Arakapudi. Tanvi is an advocate. She's an advocate for mental health and author of Uplift Teens Today. Her book talks about her journey in her own mental health, provides tools on how people can improve their mental health. She is on a mission to create a more open dialogue about mental health. Please welcome Tanvi.
Hello, my name is Tanvi Akriti, and I'm here to pitch about Nexus, Mental Health Hub for Schools, to enhance youth mental health support for over 80 million students nationwide. Thank you. So, how can we enhance youth mental health support? We can do this by implementing the 3 following strategies: breaking barriers, increasing access, and being the voice for change. But why do we need to enhance youth mental health support in the first place? Well, based off my research and findings, there are 4 major problems youth face when seeking mental health support, like the barriers of stigma, and actually a third of youth hold stigma against mental health, lack of resources, and in schools, school counselors have to deal with 600 students for just one of them, as well as therapists being too expensive. And things like isolation and the overwhelming number of resources all lead to the 60% of depressed youth that lack mental health care. So without further ado, let's get into the solution. Introducing Nexus, a common access platform point all can use, and as you'd say, your single pane of glass. As the flowchart shows, the steps to implementing Nexus start with, of course, implementing Nexus, gathering data while respecting privacy, because you can't improve what you can't measure, analyzing that data into what works and what doesn't work, and for what works, reaching it out to local and international schools and around the world as well for the youth, and also being able to advise to policy changes and also lead to potential law changes as well. And then for what doesn't work, either trying to improve it or taking that as a learning point. Let's zoom further into Nexus. So how can Nexus help with our goal? Well, as the slide shows, our 3 goals: breaking barriers, increasing access, and being the voice for change. For breaking barriers, we'll have peer-to-peer talks to normalize these conversations and break the stigma. For increasing access, we'll share coping strategies so youth, whenever and wherever they are, can get the support they need. And for being the voice for change, we'll have surveys and feedback forms and gather learnings. These and many more are the ways that Nexus can help with our goal. I'm really happy to say that I've already implemented and prototyped many of these, and they've impacted over 10,000 students nationwide, and I can't wait to share with more students. So here's how I envision Nexus to look, shown through a website wireframe, with each of those buttons bringing you to the different contents and resources of Nexus. So now for my ask. My ask for companies is to help build Nexus. For students, it's to get involved, market, and word of mouth. And for schools, it's to have Nexus in every school. My vision is to have an Uber Nexus divided into local Nexuses per district so the youth can get more personalized support. Why schools? Well, as we know, schools is a place there's the most youth. So meeting them where they're at in their mental health journey is so important. And what makes Nexus really unique compared to any other platform is that it drives forth human connection by having those in-person mental health resource fairs, in-person peer-to-peer talks, building that in-person community around mental health. So don't forget to vote for Nexus to help build a better community for the future. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Tavi. It's so vital to talk about mental health, and you're encouraging people to do that. If you guys want to support her cause or mission, be sure to follow her on Instagram at tanvis.inspiration.
And now I am so excited to announce our next winners, sisters Gabriella and Sabrina Vernov. They launched Glow for Kids in late December 2022, a charitable initiative driven to support children with cancer. Both girls are now focused on expanding production by educating and involving other kids, advocating for the needs of children with illnesses, and generating more supportive gifts through collaborative bracelet making sessions with kids of all ages. Everybody give it up for the best sisters I've seen.
Hello, my name is Gabby and I'm 13 years old.
My name is Serena and I'm 10 years old, and this is our little brother Fievel.
We are the co-founders of Glow for Kids and we are celebrating our 1-year anniversary. This is our great-grandma Fanya and grandma Sima, who we both lost to pancreatic cancer. Cancer awareness has been a huge part of our lives.
We also have family members and friends who won cancer battles, and we want to acknowledge them as well as we stood and cheered for them.
This mission is dedicated in their honor. Each year in the U.S., there are an estimate of 15,780 children between birth and 19 years of age who are diagnosed with cancer.
Globally, there are more than 300,000 children diagnosed with cancer each year.
We made it our mission that we need to do our part and help.
On my 9th birthday, I got a clay bead set from my Aunt Clara. Aunt Clara is a breast cancer survivor, and she is a stepping stone to this mission today.
As we started to make bracelets, we realized that we can gift them to kids fighting cancer in the hospitals, and we'll be able to put big smiles on their faces.
This mission didn't start for us last year. We have done lemonade stands, cancer walks, and donations since we were little kids. Now we are able to give back more.
In the last year, Glow for Kids has donated over 1,000 bracelets to kids battling cancer in the U.S. and abroad. We have also donated over $1,000 to families with kids battling cancer.
We have donated to many hospitals, foundations, and care package organizations.
Kids also stay in the hospitals and are home getting treatment. So we donate bracelets and presents to kids and their siblings at home.
As we make our bracelets with help from Mom, Dad, and guests, we have realized that we need more help.
We have invited neighborhood kids to educate them about others less fortunate and help us make more bracelets together.
We have done events with Boys and Girls Scout trips, birthday parties, where kids have a meaningful celebration. Each participant knows they will make a child battling cancer smile as they receive their gift.
Along with our bracelets, each child gets a postcard with a drawing and an inspirational quote from our ambassador.
An ambassador is a child from around the country whose responsibility is to draw a cool picture that will be sent out with all of our donations and purchases.
This way, we are able to get all the kids who want to help involved.
We are here today to share our mission and to ask for your help to spread the word.
We sell our bracelets online and at a various of events and fairs during the summer. For each bracelet sold, we will make 3 more for children battling cancer.
All of our bracelets are very unique and different, just like each child and their fingerprint.
We hope Glow for Kids can put many more smiles on children's faces. Please visit us at glowforkids.com.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're making a second. Thank you. All right, great stuff.
Thank you so much, Gabriella and Serena. Oh, thank you. You both are doing such incredible work for those who are affected by illnesses. Make sure to follow their work on Instagram at Glow for Kids.
All right, we have a special message from New York Yankees star Aaron Judge. Aaron plays right field for the Yankees, and he's the founder of the All Rise Foundation, an organization that empowers students via initiatives like baseball and leadership camps, reading programs, and digital citizenship activities. The foundation also partners and supports other Bay Area nonprofits through its mini grant program. Aaron and all the All Rise Foundation have been an ICANHELP partner since 2018. He's been involved with us. And we're excited to share a special message from him today.
Hey, 2024 Digital for Good Summit. I have a question for you. Do you know how to use Digital for Good? It's simple. Each one of us has the power to help. Post positive content on social media, stand up for others, eliminate rumors and misinformation, and use technology to make the world a better place. No action is too small, and it all adds up to big changes. I am so inspired by this year's Digital for Good winners, who have set amazing examples of how to use social media and digital technology to tackle major challenges in their communities. You are paving the way for a better and more innovative future. Congratulations to all of you for your incredible achievements. I wish you the best of luck today and can't wait to see what you accomplish next.
So Aaron couldn't join us today because of training, and he's out of state right now, but his mom, Patty, joined us, and she's going to come to the stage. And I also would like to invite the 8 winners to come up here on stage to get a photo with Patty. So come on up. Well, let's get this photo.
Hey, come on, you guys, let's get close. Hey, I just want to say a thank you and a big shout out to these young people. Aaron would have loved to have been here. Unfortunately, as we said, he is training in Florida right now. I do want to say that he loves to see the progress and the passion that you all have. He thinks that you are just absolutely amazing. And like the video said, and like our host said, we have had the opportunity to work and know Kim and the beginning of this foundation for a long, long time. And we think that it's just spectacular. We want to encourage everybody that's in the audience to follow in these footsteps. I also would like to say a quick shout out to Bronx. I know that you guys are here. Wave your hand or something so you can see
Go Bronx.
who you are. Yeah, where's the Bronx kids? Thanks so much for coming. And we just really, really appreciate you. Keep doing the wonderful things that you are doing on those platforms. Congratulations. And we have a little gift for you. They're going to bring on up for you. It's just a little reminder that Aaron is supporting you all the way. Even though he's playing in right field, he's busy but he wants to make sure that you all are in good hands. Thank you very, very much.
All right, big hand for Patty Judge and the All Rise Foundation.
Thank you very much.
Did you want to announce the raffle winners, or do you want to leave that?
Kim's going to.
And Kim, could we get you on stage to announce the raffle winners?
Oh,
Big honor.
right.
Who would want a signed autograph hat or ball? Yes, who would want this? Right? Well, here's the thing. You can go on our website. You can buy a raffle ticket. So we've had people, since we've had meet and greets at the A Stadium and the Angel Stadium, I'm thinking we're ready to do a meet and greet with Aaron Judge at the Yankee Stadium. Who would come to that if we did? Who would come, right? So our winners, go ahead and give me a drum roll, please. Give me a drum roll, please. These people bought a raffle ticket. Since that, ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and push it for us. Brittany Ames wins the ball, and Matthew Fiaz wins the hat. If you want to do it, go to the next slide for me. If you want to do it, here's the thing. Go and buy your ticket because these things are helping us. Right? Here's the 3 things it's doing. It's helping us expand our reach to schools and nationwide. I was super honored. I was actually at the Staten Island schools on Thursday, and then I headed out to Summerside High School where we trained actually 6 different schools on our curriculum and our training so that they can go back to their schools to teach students about digital citizenship, literacy, wellness, right? And safety. Because we need to be able to do this. In order to do that, we've got to get your support. We can then train more and more people to be what we call digital first responders. So go and sign up to be able to buy a raffle ticket. And then, yes, convince Patty Judge at lunch so that we need to do a meet and greet here in New York City. All right. She's pretty easy to convince. So let's make it happen. All right. Here we go. Back to these guys.
Thank you so much for that, Kim. And thank you, Patty Judge. You are phenomenal. And next, I am so excited to announce that we have Sharada Suresh, the co-creator of Little Apple Academy. Sharada started the academy with her sister Harita as a way to get kids as young as 8 to get interested in the world of coding. The Little Apple Academy not only focuses on coding, but community outreach as well. The program has reached countries from the US to France and impacted thousands of children. Everybody give it up
Let's
for
hear the
Sharada.
stomping. Let's hear the stomping and clapping. Let's get her hyped. Let's go.
Grand entrance.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharda Suresh, and I'm the co-founder of Little Apple Academy. Our mission is to create a classroom without walls and empower any child interested in computer science to learn how to code. Technology powers everything, from education to entertainment. The United States leads the world in technology, yet only 5% of high school students learn how to code. My STEM journey began when I was 5. I was suddenly transported into a colorful world of characters that I never wanted to leave. Since then, I've learned Python, scripting, and web development. I'm an avid hackathon attendee and have won 11 hackathons and 2 congressional app challenges. Since, to me, coding is a superpower, it allows me to connect communities, break stereotypes, and create solutions. In middle school, we didn't have access to computer science classes or clubs, and many of my peers did not know how to code. I realized that access to computer science was a privilege and not a norm, and I wanted to do something about it. In 2020, my sister and I co-founded Little Apple Academy, a nonprofit that teaches free coding classes for kids. I created a proprietary curriculum based on my journey, from block coding to Python to web development. So far, we have hosted several multi-day coding boot camps and published 2 online courses. We have partnered with IEEE and the Indian Institute of Technology to teach coding to students from 40 schools in rural and underserved regions of India. So far, we have taught over 9,000 students from over 140 countries, and together we have written over 3 million lines of code. Students don't need any prior coding knowledge to join our classes. In fact, many of my students are their first line of code in my classes. Some of my students have gone on to win their own hackathons. The future of Little Apple Academy is never ending. We want to increase the amount of students we reach this year by 20%. We want to start hosting in-person classes in places like New York City and underserved school districts. We want to start hosting monthly codeathons. As an avid hackathon attendee, I know that a small amount of validation can go a long way in helping students envision a place for themselves in STEM. So, in a world where technology dominates everything, knowledge of computer science is a basic human right. So, who's ready to bridge the gap in access to computer science and build a brighter future for all of us? Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Sharada. You and your sister, Harita, have done an amazing job of getting kids excited about coding and making a difference in the world. We are very impressed by the impact and reach of your program, and we hope to see more of your initiatives in the future. To find out more about the amazing work she's doing, go to littleappleacademy.com.
Now let's give a warm welcome to our next Digital for Good winner, Jimin Lee. Jimin is the founder of Sidence, an international youth-run organization in 2020 as a way to help the youth build their self-confidence and better their mental health through encouraging them to share their experiences with mental health. Through its Instagram, its podcast, and other social media platforms, Sidence has reached over 100,000 people. Let's hear that music. Let's get on the stage.
Hello, changemakers. My name is Jimin Lee, and I'm the founder and executive director at Sidence. And at Sidence, we're committed to empowering all the youth around the world to believe in themselves just as who you are and embark on their self-esteem journey. In this increasingly complex world we're living in right now, especially youth self-esteem has become a pressing issue. Young people today are navigating a society where their values and worth are often measured by social media followers, comments, and leaving them disconnected from genuine connections. Many youth base their self-esteem on external achievements, leading to constant comparison with others. As you can see here, 1 in 3 high school students in the US experience persistent feelings of sadness and hopelessness. This is a 40% increase from 2009, which is an immense amount in the last 12 years. At Sidence, we define self-esteem as an inherent belief that one deserves love originating from within. Our mission is to break the stigma and systematic barriers among youth and surrounding mental health and provide empowering journeys to show that no one is alone in their struggles. We specialize in self-esteem, recognizing its profound connection to mental health. And mental health is not a destination, but a journey, which we're trying to encourage with our journey-based approach. Focusing on youth, we aim to counteract the negative impact of digital media on their self-esteem and leverage it to enhance their self-value. At Sidence, with our journey-based approach, we aim to support youth's well-being with 3 main aspects. 1, community, 2, project and partnership, and 3, policy. Our initiatives includes events like Leaders Through Conferences, Gratitude in Your Day projects, where we collaborate with international nonprofits to gradually build healthy habits for youth. For example, in our Gratitude in Your Day project, we collaborated with Giving Gratitude, which is another international youth nonprofit organization, to encourage the habit of sharing gratitude to others, which I've known to have help with other self-esteem and youth well-being, as well as themselves. Through our policy advocacy, we advocate for mental health comprehensively, empowering young individuals to navigate life challenges with resilience and hope. Here are some of the stories from our Confidence Journey features, where we receive countless of empowering stories revealing struggles and triumphs. We highlight that everyone has the potential to overcome their struggles and become their advocate for mental health. And this can empower others as well as themselves throughout their journey, encouraging them to embark on their self-esteem journey, which is our mission. And I hope you to join us in this journey to better youth's well-being. Your support can take in various forms, from financial contributions to partnerships to advocacy in your own community. To deepen our impact, we're seeking funding and partnerships to expand our curriculum and in-person programs to reach more youth in person. We're also hoping to expand our community with our team. If you're interested in self-esteem, please reach out to us and we would love to have you on the team. Yeah, supporting our efforts will create a tangible change and allow us to reach more youth in person to create more tangible impact. All right, thank you so much, and I hope that our positive ripple can go through youth well-being and communities. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Jimin. Powerful and inspiring speech. Jimin is the self-confidence and improve. So if you'd like to be a part of her cause, find her social medias for anything that's Selfidence branded.
We have just listened to some amazing stories from our student innovators who have shown us how they are using their creativity, passion, and skills to solve real-world problems and make a positive impact. They are truly an inspiration for all of us. But innovation is not only about ideas, it is also about leadership. How can we develop the mindset and the habits that will help us lead ourselves and others in a rapidly changing world? Our next speaker may give us some insights about this topic.
Let's do the stomp for him too. Come on.
Right next to me is Patrick Irwin, an educator and champion of student leadership. As a high school band director for 17 years at one of the largest band programs in the Southeast, Patrick regularly taught his students far more than music. He brought life lessons to his classes through engaging presentations, fruitful conversations, and relational connection using the Growing Leaders Habitudes curriculum. Patrick's passion for leadership also led him to co-found the Cobb Student Leadership Academy, the largest district-wide student leadership initiative in the state of Georgia, impacting over 500 middle and high school students since its inception. Patrick serves as the Director of Curriculum for Growing Leaders, where he utilizes his expertise to develop fresh new ways for teachers to reach their students with life skills, social and emotional learning concepts, and leadership through the power of transformational images, stories, and experiences. Everyone give it up for Patrick.
Thank you, thank you. Man. I just need theme music wherever I go. Thank you. Keep that up. Hey, everybody. Man, what a pleasure it is to be here in New York City. Growing Leaders is based out of Atlanta. We're just east of Atlanta, northeast of Atlanta. Exactly what it sounds like. We grow leaders, right? It is our mission to empower the emerging generations with the skills they need to lead in real life. And Growing Leaders is a larger part of Maxwell leadership. Some of the adults in the room has probably read some of John Maxwell's books. And John's passion, along with our founder, Tim Elmore's passion, is to uplift the emerging generations from kindergarten through college with leadership skills. And our stuff together with Digital4Good, I think we can change the world. And what we're looking at are these amazing change makers. I got to work with some of them yesterday, and it was such a privilege to work with them. And they're huge ideas. And we think that every single student is a leader. And what Sharada said earlier is that coding is a superpower. I think leadership is a superpower. And one of the things that we have to do, and this is a quote from our founder, Tim Elmore, is that we as adults have to understand that we have to read them before we can lead them. We can't walk into a classroom and lead a bunch of students without knowing anything about them. Students, it's much easier to be led if you know a little bit about the people that came before you as well, right? And so what Growing Leaders does, it's a little bit of sociology, a little bit of psychology, and a little bit of common sense. When we put it all together, we have a curriculum and a group of professional learning experiences to help students and adults work together to create a better future for everybody. A little bit about that sociology. You may already know this, and there's actually 6 generations in schools today, but for the audience, I went with 5. Some of our research has said that these generations, in every single school, you will notice that there's an example of each of these generations. You may have the old custodian or the principal who's been around for a long time as part of the silent generation, all the way down through my generation, Generation X, right? Millennials and Gen Z. In the room right now. They're amazing. Come on. And maybe even some Gen Alphas that they would be the next one, right? Some of the youngest generation is Gen Alpha. And a lot of our research, this is part of a huge chart that we put together for several resources. But one line on the chart I want you to know And that is, what is our attitude towards authority, right? The silent generation, that's my grandparents. They were taught to respect authority at all costs. It didn't matter. They were older, you respect them, right? The baby boomers came along and we said, baby boomers, we built a better world for you. I say we, I'm not a silent generation. They said, we built a better world for you. And the baby boomers were taught, you need to replace the authority figures, right? You need to take charge. My generation came along and went, let's just put up with the authority figures until they're gone. The millennial generation, they wanted to choose their authority figures, right? I'm going to go to 2 or 3 different colleges. I'm going to have a mentor over here and a professor over here and my preacher over here, right? We want to choose the mentors. But what you need to know about what we've learned about Gen Z is that they're not sure that they need authority figures. Any teacher in the room that a student has ever said, do we need to learn this? Right? Come on. I got that all the time. I taught music for 17 years and it was, do I have to practice my instrument? Do we really have to do this? Yes. What's the next question? Why? Right? So we have a generation of students who've grown up with a phone in their hands. They've grown up with every bit of information in the world at their fingertips. When I grew up, I needed a gatekeeper. They don't need gatekeepers. Our students don't need us for information. Take this with you. Our students don't need us for information. They need us for inspiration. They need us for application, and they need us for interpretation. Right? They have all the information in the world. And what we did yesterday, changemakers, we sat down and we said, let's focus, let's filter, let's figure out what our next steps are, because you have 19,000 amazing ideas. Let's help filter it down into 1 or 2 that you can do great work on. I think Digital4Good is doing amazing work in this, where we say, some of us adults, we just say, don't go on social media. You don't need it. And they're like, but all my friends are on it, right? What we need are organizations like Growing Leaders, like Digital4Good, like the All Rise Foundation that says, let me help you figure out how to use this for good. And that's where we convince students, you may not need me for information, but I'm here to help. And we can do great things together. So that's part of what Growing Leaders does. We educate people on how to work together. We have professional learning for teachers, administrators. We work with churches, sports teams. We also have a curriculum that is called Habitudes. Now, it's a made-up word, but it's a really great word. Habitudes is a combination of habits and attitudes. And every lesson is an image. And every image teaches us a competency behind leadership that we take with us and apply into the world. Because pictures are worth how many words? 1,000. Very good. Pictures are worth 1,000 words. And we believe that through the brain science behind images that we remember these lessons better, because every teacher in the room knows that all we want is for you to remember what we taught you when you left the classroom. My goodness, right? We don't want to teach and reteach. We want to teach and remind. So I want to teach you a habitude real quick. It's one of my favorite ones. It's called a bridge, not a wall. Now, if you think about bridges and walls, they both need to be built. Walls are super easy to build. I could build a wall. Right? Give me some plywood and some drywall. It wouldn't be pretty, but I could put up a wall. You say, all right, Patrick, can you build us a bridge? Nope. Not unless you want to fall off of it, right? Bridges take time. Bridges take money. Bridges take engineering. Bridges are hard to build. Bridges connect people. Walls divide people. And what we're looking for in our communities, what leaders do, is they build bridges between people. We as educators build bridges to our students. Students, you're building bridges to each other and to your teachers. It's a reminder of this. As leaders, we encounter new and different people throughout our lives. Our natural inclination is to see differences and put up walls. We're prone to distrust, but here's what we have to do. Take this with you. We must consciously build bridges that bear the weight of honest truth. When we have conversations, when we let them know we're here to help, when we let them know that we care and that we want to be a part of their lives, they start to trust us. And then when the difficult conversation comes around, the bridge that we've built can bear that honest truth. But you can't start with correction. You have to start with connection. So when we build these bridges, and Habitudes helps do that. What Habitudes does is it provides teachers with the tools to teach leadership. We don't teach soft skills and leadership and social emotional learning because we're just not sure how. We can have a conversation about it, but what if there was a resource that would help facilitate that conversation? That's where we come in. That's what Habitudes does. And I think Digital4Good's ICANHELP curriculum that we could do amazing things in every school in the world. I taught in a huge Atlanta public school and brought this to my students on a weekly basis, and it changed lives. And we would love to do that in as many countries and schools around the world that we can. And so if you want to engage with growing leaders on any topic, particularly leadership, social, emotional learning, life skills, you can text 75101 text growing to 75101, and we would love to talk to you. We would love to come to your campus. We would love to talk to your students. If you're here in the room, I have a free gift for all of you. Come see us during the live museum. We have some Habitudes flashcards that I want you to take with you. It's 13 of those images that will help you learn about these leadership concepts that you desperately need. It's helped me as a 44-year-old dad grow as a leader, and it will help you as a 14-year-old, 10-year-old, all the wonderful people that I spoke to yesterday and today grow as leaders as well. We're thrilled to be here. Thank you very much for the time. Thanks, Caitlin.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Working with students like you do daily, you are an important voice for us to have and take part in the summit.
Now it's time to meet our next winner, Saket Patak. Saket is the creator of Learning Quest, a nonprofit aiming to offer school supplies to underprivileged youth across the world. What started as gathering books from door-to-door visits, schools, and libraries, over 8,000 books have now been donated to nearly 20,000 children across regions of Africa, India, and the U.S. Please welcome Saket.
Hello, everyone. My name is Saket Patak. I'm a high school sophomore from San Jose, California, and I'm excited to present to you on my initiative called Learning Quest, providing accessible learning for all. Today, more than 258 million children around the world are not in school. To put that into perspective, in India alone, 15% of the children don't have access to basic education supplies. Now, the reason for this is due to the lack of emphasis on education. The parents of these children work on daily wage jobs, and because of that, their mindset isn't necessarily to ensure their child gets a good education, but rather how their child can help put food on the table. In 2017, when I was 9, I visited India on a family trip where I was taken to a low-funded school in a nearby village. Seeing their current state, I returned to that school with 250 books, creating their first library. And by establishing this library, I realized what the power of books could hold and how they could help shape up one's future. At Learning Quest, we provide educational supplies and STEM kits, fostering future leaders, and by doing so, promoting positive mental health through creative exploration. Our digital platform helps connect schools with limited online presence to potential donors, ensuring vital access for all the schools. And by using social media for impactful campaigns, we are able to spread our mission to new schools and new areas, bringing education to all underprivileged children. And since our founding in 2022, Learning Quest has donated over 10,000 books to roughly 22,000 children worldwide, from Madagascar to Ukraine. And we have even inspired other young changemakers to follow our cause, with 60+ passionate volunteers across 12 chapters around the world. Now, we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic kept us apart for a very long time. But did you also know that it increased the education inequality gap? Not only that, but in rural areas, basic education may be lacking, yet nearly everyone has access to phones and social media. Studies have shown that social media addiction, especially in young children and teens, can lead to many mental health issues. To combat this, we believe in the power of physical resources. They spark a deeper imagination and a love for learning in these children. Through this, we aim to help build the skills needed to navigate the modern world and hoping to reverse the pandemic's effects on these children. At Learning Quest, we understand that creating positive change requires a collective effort. Through book donations and STEM kits, you can provide the essential tools needed for these children's futures. Through collaborations and sponsorships, we can raise funds for our digital platform, helping with outreach and amplifying our reach, ensuring that every child gets the education they deserve. I encourage you all to join Learning Quest as a powerful force in transforming lives, because a good education is the foundation for a better future. Together, let's make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Socket, for telling us how you were providing school supplies to underprivileged youth across the world. Thank you for being a generous and visionary leader and for sharing your story with us. To learn more about Learning Quest, visit learningquest.packet.com. I also wanted to introduce everybody to Maya Tarantino. She is our social impact coordinator, and she's been with us for a long time. And she wants to shout out some of the 1,000 people on our live stream.
Yes. So we love all of our amazing members here in person, but we do want to shout out all of the people that are watching virtually. So let's give them a round of applause. All right. So we have Pratima, Kishore, and Manavella from India. Delaney High from Baltimore County. That's where me and Emily go. Go Lions. Melissa from Florida. Sariana from Illinois. Will from Dad's Move. Janine from Georgia. Claudia from San Diego. Audrey from California. My Uncle Dennis from Buffalo. My grandma from Maryland. So let's hear it for everybody there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Maya, for shouting everybody out. And thank you for all the others that are joining us today. We appreciate you and hope you are enjoying the show.
And now let's bring on our next student innovator, Aureli Rosales, founder of Keep in Mind, a nonprofit initiated in El Paso, Texas, go Texas, that advocates for mental health discussion, primarily in Hispanic communities. Amid a machismo culture, they speak English and Spanish advocacy through Instagram, addressing topics like mass shootings and legal changes. Keep in Mind Official provides digestible insight for all age groups. The nonprofit also discusses anxiety, trauma, and seasonal blues, supported by a podcast that features other mental health advocates. Welcome, Aureli.
Hello, everyone. I am Areli, Keep in Mind founder and current psychology student at UT San Antonio. So for years, I struggled with depression and anxiety without being able to recognize my symptoms, let alone talk about it. I suppressed trauma and heavy emotions in my mind until COVID-19 came around, and I was forced to sit with this bottled up darkness in my mind. I didn't know who to talk to or even how to articulate what I was feeling to be able to talk to anyone. And because I felt so broken and alone, I attempted to kill myself at 17 years old. Now, you may have just gotten uncomfortable as I told you that I attempted suicide. You may be thinking, we just met a few seconds ago. Why did she tell us that? Or, whoa, that was extreme. Or you may have been secretly hoping that my presentation would not turn into a Kanye West breakdown. But I do not blame you if you have this internal dialogue. We are not used to being open about our struggles in an unrestricted way. And I am not here to advocate for you to trauma dump on your barista, okay? But it is important that in our communities and trusted relationships that we foster an environment where individuals can feel safe talking about their experiences, knowing that they won't be met with criticism or judgment, but rather with empathy and support. So with Keep in Mind, we're trying to bridge that gap between taboo mental health conversation to understanding that we all have mental well-being to navigate. And we are actively pursuing this mission by running a mental health awareness movement on social media, hosting an informative and vulnerable dialogue on our podcast, and establishing a supportive community with our support groups and platform. And looking ahead, we aim to broaden our impact by introducing a book that portrays diverse mental health struggles, producing a compelling short film, and developing an app that is designed to assist with your mental well-being. But now we are ready to take a step forward with influential companies and corporations. We often see brands like Hollister and apps like TikTok mention mental health when mental health awareness comes around, and that's great, but we need more action. According to NAMI, 75% of people have a mental health diagnosis by the age of 25, and 50,000 people die by suicide each year. So we need platforms featuring mental health information and resources like a For Your Mind section on TikTok or algorithms that can detect when users are presenting with mental health concerns and give them the information that they need. But now we also need your help in our mission. Look around the room. Don't be shy, look around the room. The person to your right may have just lost a family member, and the person to your left may have just had their first day in a while where they're excited about life. We all have our silent struggles and accomplishments, and so I challenge you the next time that you're going through a hard time or you're proud of yourself for getting through a hard day, that you share it on social media or with your friends with the hashtag Keep in Mind. So we can all collectively keep in mind that we're navigating our mental health. And in doing that, we can create a space where we understand each other and support each other in our journeys. Thank you.
Thank you, Aureli, for showing us how you are promoting mental health awareness and education, especially in Hispanic communities. Thank you for being a courageous and compassionate leader and for sharing your work with us. To follow Aureli and her organization, go to Keep in Mind Official on Instagram.
And now, we welcome you to enjoy the music of our guest, Simone, a viral TikTok sensation capturing the rough edges of modern relationships in vivid indie rock detail. Everybody give it up for Simone.
Hi, I'm Simone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very honored to be here. This is an original song called Any Girl.
I caught you looking at her picture, a fascination with her you thought I wouldn't see. Is she everything that you want? 'Cause she's all the things that I'm not, and all I wanna be. If she's in your fantasies, does that make me reality? Someone that in most you settle for. You don't have to tell me twice that I'm difficult, but I do whatever you wanted to. You don't have to tell me twice that I'm insecure, but I wouldn't start myself for you. I would've changed anything, begging you to notice me. I would've played any part, be anyone that you want. I would've been any girl. I would've been any girl. And now I wonder what you're thinking. Is she the face you're kissing when we're in the dark? If I talk the way that she does, learn the lines and dressed up, would it make a mark? You don't have to tell me twice that I'm difficult, but I do whatever you wanted to. You don't have to tell me twice that I'm insecure, but I wouldn't start myself for you. I would've changed anything, begging you to notice me. I would've played any part, be anyone that you want. I would've been any girl. I would've been any girl. If she's in your fantasies, does that make me reality? Someone that in most you settle for. I would've been any girl.
Wow, that was amazing. The lyrics were spot on for this event. That's a really, really beautiful song, Simone. You guys give her a follow. You guys love that performance. Her Instagram is Simone Music.
And next, we welcome student innovator Joseph Petraro, a young advocate for mental health and anti-bullying who has a mission to spread kindness and pay it forward. Joseph's philanthropy is expressed through 5 published books, creating the Adopted Grandparent Program, building wells in Nigeria under Joe's Wells for Humanity, and actively raising funds for those less fortunate. He is also an avid supporter of the Nightbird Foundation and their mission to aid those with cancer. Joseph continues to instill joys in others through Joe the Gamer's Be Kind campaign and work with Digital4Good x ICANHELP. Let's give it up for Joe.
Music.
Hello? Oh, okay, let's make this quick. So I'm Joe, and my campaign is Joe's Be Kind campaign. Now let's start from the beginning. I am 10 years old. I have big dreams and an even bigger heart. My IQ is 168. I like challenges. I'm a fundraiser, philanthropist, and believing kindness. Now I do a lot of things like the building wells in Nigeria, and like doing the Adopted Grandparent Program. I also do a lot of sports too, such as dance, tennis, golf, baseball, basketball. Yeah. This is the Adopt a Grandparent Program. Basically, I would do this fundraising where kids and all I would let kids I would fundraise money for these people in the nursing home, and kids would get to come in and give this lady spare ribs because she really liked it. I also worked with other organizations, such as the Nightbird Foundation, Morgan's Message, and Be Strong. I also, and I even raise money to give adaptive video games to kids in the hospital. This is the Nigeria, the well. And last year in 2023, I raised over $100,000. And with the the game thing, I've raised money, $18,000 from that. Here is my books. Pumpkin Man versus the Boogeyman, Concert in the Sky, Embody, My Best Friend Moves to a New Place Called Heaven. Sadly, those 2 ones are not fake, sadly. So unfortunate. And that's Jim Fox. I go to basketball camp with him, with my friend Danny. And yeah, so what I want for all of you is to just join the campaign and just spread the word, help fundraise, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Joseph. It is so inspiring to see a student so young make a change so large. To learn more about Joe's Be Kind campaign, make sure to visit his various social media platforms at Joe the Gamer, where he is sparking a wave of kindness everywhere.
All right, and now for our last student innovator, Irene. Irene founded Normalizing the Conversation, an online platform to share stories about their own personal struggles and their mental health, and also provides a variety of mental health resources. Her platform has opened up a safe space for people to talk about their struggles with their mental health. And as of 2021, Normalizing the Conversation has reached over 10 million people and continues to engage with over 24,000 users across social media platforms, including Pinterest and TikTok.
Everybody give it up.
Side eyes, whispers, giggles. These seemingly small behaviors by my classmates reinforced my initial fears of being a misfit at school. Initially, I thought it was because I was a new student, but the real reasons became clear to me later. To put it in their words, I was simply a freak. My obsessive compulsive disorder symptoms, or OCD, which were a normal part of my life to me, soon became crippling insecurities. This negative self-view led me to a severely dark relationship with myself. As an escape from this reality, I resorted to the online world, more specifically, internet forums. There, I found an unlikely community of other mental health warriors talking about their experiences and struggles. Reading their stories made me realize two life-changing facts. I am not alone, nor a freak. Reading their stories sparked my self-love and recovery journey. And reading their stories inspired me to begin advocating for mental health. Hi, everyone. My name is Aryan Hashimi, and I'm the founder and executive director of Normalizing the Conversation, a mental health advocacy platform dedicated to destigmatizing mental health by sharing and amplifying the voices of mental health warriors and combating misinformation through educational articles. As it is now, the mental health stigma is the biggest global health issue facing youth today, leading to the disproportionately high suicide rates among us. This widespread stigma worsens neurodivergent people's struggle of living in a neurotypical world by invalidating, mocking, or even serious conditions that everyday people go through. The power of an inclusive community cannot be underestimated. It helped me out of the dark, and I envision it can help others too. And that's exactly what NTC's mission is. Building a safe, supportive community where anyone can be their vulnerable self by sharing their story without the fear of being put down. NTC's mission has reached over 11 million people across social media platforms and has engaged over 24,000 wonderful supporters and followers. But our impact does not and will not stop there. In the future, we aim to work with nonprofit organizations, schools, and businesses to grow our followers to 30,000 followers by 2025 and our business revenue to $1,000. With your help, through collaborations, interviews, and more, we can do exactly that. All to continue normalizing the conversation surrounding mental health and empower mental health warriors. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you. Fantastic.
Thank you so much, Irene. Talking about mental health is so vital. We've heard some amazing speeches today on that subject. So you're empowering a lot of people, Irene. So thank you for that. If you wanted to be part of her cause or give her some support, look up her on Instagram to keep up with her mission.
And here comes another fun part. We are excited to open up the voting for our Digital for Good winners. If you scan the QR code behind me, it'll take you to a Google form where you'll vote for the top 5 projects that inspired you the most. Slide this way. The project and person with the most votes will get the highly coveted People's Choice Award. I'll give y'all some time to scan it. Very important. It's not open yet? You're working on it? If it's not open yet, we're working on it. Technical difficulties, I feel like, comes with part of a technical organization.
We need some help from Google, technical experts
Yeah, we
here.
do have Google right here with us. Right. Okay, and then we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to bring on, let me make sure I get this correctly. I want to bring on a special guest, the New York Council member, Eric Botcher, and he wants to talk a little bit about his mission and everything that just has to do with being on the New York Council. It's a great experience, and we're excited to hear from him.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Hey, everyone. My name is Eric Botcher, and I'm the New York City Council member for the West Village, Chelsea, and Hell's Kitchen. So for this neighborhood right here, and I'm so excited to be with you this morning. I really want to thank Joseph Petraro for inviting me. Let's give Joseph a round of applause. How many books have you written? 5 books. But the 2 last ones are in the process, and you're 10 years old. Okay, we've got to catch up with him. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk about this important discussion around the digital world and mental health. And I want you to know how much I appreciate everything you're doing, because the world is changing so fast and technology is changing so fast. And sometimes things change faster than we want them to. So we're running to catch up and spread awareness about these technologies. And the world has changed a lot since I was your age. And I sometimes think about what middle school and high school would have been like if we had social media back then. I grew up in the early 90s, and sometimes I think it would have been better. Sometimes I think it would have been worse. We're talking a lot about what happens today with the internet and how some people use it to do not good things, like be mean, to bully each other. But there's also a big upside to it, because I grew up in the mountains up in Lake Placid, New York. We had 1,100 people in my town. And I do remember as a young person feeling so isolated and wishing there was a way to reach out and talk to other young people like me, other young people who shared my interests. Back then, if you wanted to talk to someone, if there was like a boy or a girl that you had a crush on, you had to call their house, and their parents would pick up the phone, and you had to ask, I see some nodding, and you had to ask, is Susie home? They'd say, who's calling? And you'd have to tell you who, and then they'd say, hold on. And then sometimes there was like one phone line in the whole house. So if you had brothers or sisters, you had to take turns talking on the phone. And then you had to worry about if your parents were listening on the other line. That's not necessarily true anymore. So there's a big upside to this technology that we have, making it so much easier to communicate in a good way. The downside, it really has been used by some people to be not nice to each other, to be mean to each other. And that's why it's so important what you are all doing here today to raise awareness about this issue and to talk about what we can do to make the internet and social media a cause for good instead of a negative thing in our lives. None of this would have happened if this organization didn't exist. And I today am so excited to have a city council citation for the founder and director of Digital for Good, Kim Carr, everybody. And one of the things that we get to do on the New York City Council is recognize great New Yorkers who've helped do such great things in our community. And I'll just read the beginning. Whereas a great city is only as great as those persons who give exemplary service to their communities, whether through unique personal achievement in their professional or other endeavors, or simply through a lifetime of philanthropy and community service. And whereas such service, which is truly the lifeblood of the community and the city, so often goes unrecognized and unrewarded. Now, therefore, be it resolved that as a member of the New York City Council, I recognize Kim Carr, that in Kim Carr, we have an outstanding citizen, one who is worthy of the esteem of both our community and the great city of New York. Signed this February 5th. Congratulations. Yeah, I heard someone say that.
I think Andy's trying to make me a New Yorker is what's happening. I love it. No, I honestly could not do this without the people, right? Like this started back in 2013. This is this 10th year this nonprofit's been around. And it's because students came saying there's a problem. And they need to be part of the solution as much as everybody in this room. So thank you to all the guests for coming, to people who are watching online, because man, we need to do something about this. There's a problem and we need to work together. So thank you guys for coming here. Thank you for making this happen, making me an official New Yorker. I feel honored. And thank you, students, for all of your hard work for what it is. So thank you again, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
It is such an honor to see Kim be honored, especially after working with her for all these years. There's no one more deserving. And now, speaking of that, I want to bring back on one of the students that has been with Kim for the longest amount of time. I want to bring on Maya Tarantino, who's going to share a little bit more about why she got involved and her story with mental health.
Oh, and by the way, this QR code is working now. So if you didn't get to vote, go ahead and do that right now.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. You heard from me earlier with the shout outs, but I wanted to share my story with ICANHELP. I've been with ICANHELP for 4.5 years now, and it's been life-changing. So by my junior year of high school, I had lost 3 peers to death by suicide in my school alone. Frustrated by a lack of action from my school system at large, I was desperate to create change. And that's when my state student council director connected me with Kim and with ICANHELP. And since I've joined, I have had such amazing opportunities to speak at various conferences, meet amazing people like our student leaders that we have with us. I am the social impact coordinator, so I've gotten to work with influencers. Shout out Simone. I was on Instagram Live with her the other day. And most importantly, I truly found a family on this team. So come join us. Thank you all for being here, for supporting our message. But really being on this team has given me the avenue to have a voice. And I hope that it gives you guys that too, because we love you. You are all now our family. So thank you all so much for being here. And thank you, Kim and ICANHELP, for the opportunity that I've had.
Okay, now it's time for the recruitment effort to make this thing bigger and bigger as we get along. So digital changemakers, those of you watching, those of you attending, are you ready to make a global impact yourselves? Hashtag ICANHELP has a space for you. Anything from public relations to digital media to all things marketing. Hashtag ICANHELP is offering an upcoming intern and specialist opportunities for the 24 and 25 year, beginning this June. Our internship positions are open to anyone in school 13 years and older. So if you're watching this, listening to this, you can help. If something is compelling you to be a part of this organization, they need all the help they can get, and you will be welcomed.
Thank you so much, Tony. And that is definitely true. As you can hear from these student testimonies and the fact that I'm up here today, it's a really great opportunity for students It's just something that can really help students make a difference, and it can help them with professional development. It's a 2-in-1 kind of combination. And then, of course, this is our I Will Help challenge. So, Tony?
So yeah, while you're here, feel free to tag us at ICANHELP Official on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. Let's get hashtag ICANHELP trending on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and create a major wave of positivity online. Kindness is contagious. Let's all do our part to inspire and lift each other up. Break.
Woo! I guess
Who's the break dancer? It says we're gonna take a break. All right, let's do it. Let's take a break.
Show us your moves.
Show us something.
Everyone do it. Let's get a wrap.
All right. All right. We're just killing it. Kimberly. This is what I have. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for everybody for voting. The Digital4Good Summit is a celebration of youth innovation and showcases the incredible impact that you all have on this world. We know that you'll all continue to use Digital4Good and spread positivity, kindness, and power of student voices to make real change. To all the winners, we are so very proud of you and what you've accomplished. This is just the beginning. We can't wait to see what you do all next. At hashtag ICANHELP, we empower students to be part of the solution. And when students can walk side by side with educators, they feel supported and driven to drive change. As students, your generation is not the future. You are the right now. When you collaborate and support one another to impact the world, it makes it go beyond, far beyond yourselves and impact the global community that we have seen today. And now, without further ado, let's announce this year's Digital4Good Award winners, in addition to the People's Choice Award, where we are thrilled to have the opportunity to present several other awards from our Shark panel based on evaluations of the outstanding students' presentations over the last 2 days. Our award for the most innovative award winner goes to, drum roll, let's hear the drum roll, Tanvi Arakapudi. Let's get the photo. Come on. Our award for the most inspirational winner goes to Areen Hashimi. Our award for the biggest impact winner goes to Sakit Patak. Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And let's welcome back all of our winners to celebrate their achievements one more time. If y'all wouldn't mind standing up?
Come on.
Stage 4.
Let's go, the winners. Let's go. Get up on here and see.
In addition to the hard work they put into creating their innovations, the students have worked with our mentors and ICANHELP core team over the past year to make this summit a huge success. To all of our viewers, please share your kudos and appreciation in the comments. We'd also love for you to share your favorite moments from today's Power Hour on social. Share your photos from the event on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and share the moments and ideas that inspired you the most. Don't forget to use the hashtag Digital4Good and tag ICANHELP Official. Congratulations, Areen, Areli, Gabriella, Sabrina, Jimin, Joseph, Saket, Shabata, and Tanvi. We can't wait to see the impact all over the world, as well as the work of innovators who I know you inspired here today. Thank you again for all of your hard work, dedication, and visionary innovations. And now, I'd love to introduce Digital for Good ex ICANHELP co-founder and executive director, Kim Carr.
Let's go, Kim.
Oh, come on. There we go. Are you guys ready? Everybody get up on your feet for these students. Get up on your feet for these students. Come on, you need a standing break. Oh. Are we ready to hear who the People Choice Award is? Let's do this. Let's do this. Here we go. Give me a drum roll. Give me a drum roll. The winner of the People Choice Award is Aurelie Rosales. Caitlin, come up here with me for this photo. Yes, keep it going for this wonderful human. Mental health is so important, so thank you for all that hard work. I'm telling you, how cool is this? Hey, here's what we have. We have a small, tiny small break because we're a little behind. And I'm telling you, the next thing is the Google team is going to take over. It's going to be interactive. You guys are going to be making your own Google product, so be ready for that. Like, that's the cool part. So please stay in this room unless you do need to go to the bathroom, all right? Because we don't want to waste, because then it's lunch, and I've heard the cookies are amazing. So if you need to go to the bathroom, this is the time just to stand up, do a little stretch break while the Google people are going to get set up, right? If we can play some music while we do a 4-minute break, right? So 4 minutes, and then the Google team's taking over for you guys to be Google project managers, all right? Shout out to my Long Island school that's in-house. Where is IS27? I was just at their school on Thursday, so I love it. All right. 4-minute break. Hit the music for me if you wouldn't mind. Check 1, 2. Josh, can you help me out? Joshua Jones, can you go get people to start bringing them in? Because we're going to get the Google people started. We're going to get, who wants to be a Google product manager for the day? Come on, Google product manager for the day. Let's get us going. Yes. All right, we're just going to get people in their seats. We'll get this rolling because we want to make sure our friends here at Google, who thinks this space is amazing? Yes. Shout out your favorite food so far. Wait a minute, the coffee. Did you go? I love the titles on the coffee things. Right? Did you see the titles? All right, I love it. Hey, so here's the fun thing. You guys are going to be active participants. So there's going to be a time when you guys are going to have to get quiet because they're going to actually brainstorm your ideas, right? So having that piece, but you guys are going to be the bosses. But do me a favor, because these people, we wouldn't be able to be here without them. So yes, I'm going to cue my music people. Can you do one more time our theme song? Because we're actually going to stand up for these people. And Maya, where's my hype crew? Be ready, because we're going to give these people the best thing. So let's stand up for our Google people. Give them a hand while they come up. Here we go. Make it happen. Let's go. Bring it up here to Google. Who's getting the mic?
I will take it. Thank you guys so much for having us or for coming here and joining us. Zoe, want to take us off?
So I've heard from a lot of you in the hallways that many of you dream of working at Google in the future. So who would want to work in tech or has thought about that or would love a job at Google in the future or want to know what it's about? Give me a shout. All right. So I know many of you know that a lot of what Google does is software engineering, right? Coding. Who's interested in computer science? Who's interested in math and science? Woo! Okay, now who was your favorite subject was English? All right, yeah. Okay, so not everyone at Google is a software engineer. Some of us do policy like Lindsay. Some of us do build products like Sarah. And some of us are designers as well, like John. So, but what we're going to do today is we're going to learn what it's like to be a product manager. Has anyone ever heard of what a product manager is? One person. Do you want to quickly say what you think it is? Come on up.
Okay. I think what a product manager is basically like overseeing the making and like process of different things, like in Google, for example, making like Google Home or Google Maps or stuff like that.
Great. Excellent. Well done.
Good answer.
All right. Can we get our slides up, please? Maybe next slides. Hold on.
Do we have the clicker? Oh, there we go.
So we have with us here today Sarah. Sarah, you want to say hi? Sarah
Hello.
is on our team building child safety and kid-friendly products. Sarah went to Harvard. She's very fancy. Lindsay here. Say hi, Lindsay.
Hey.
Lindsay's on our public policy team. So they're the folks who work with governments and groups like Digital4Good to talk about what types of policies we should set for our products. And then we have John here. John is a user experience designer on the search team at Google.
I did not go to Harvard.
I did not go to Harvard either. What we're going to do today is take you through a bit of an experience of what it's like to be a product manager. What's your name, dear? Irene kind of told us what that is, and now you'll get a chance to experience it for yourself. So product managers help define a problem and help a whole team, a team of designers, a team of policy folks, and product managers to develop what the product should be and what the solution should be. Now, UX is also known as user experience. They help us think through what should this experience look like and feel like? So they're doing things like developing wireframes, developing mocks and animations. They're also helping us do research with users to understand how people actually use the product. And then, of course, We have engineers. So engineers help us define how technically we can build something. So usually this includes a front end engineer. They're building the things that people actually look at and interface with. And then we have back end engineers who are helping us with the infrastructure. So that's roughly the team that helps build products. Then you have things like marketing, you have legal, you have a whole bunch of other people who help support as well. So we're going to give you 3 examples of what we mean when we say a Google product. So Sarah's going to talk you through one feature on Lens. Sarah, over to you.
All right. So how many of you guys in this room have ever used Google Lens? I feel the same way. It is a pretty cool product. For anyone who's not used Lens, it's based on a technology called OCR, optical character recognition. And basically what you do is you will take your camera and you can scan either a picture or words, and it will recognize those and can help you find information. So you can, in this example, you can scan a list of equations and get help with your homework. Other uses of Lens include things like identifying plants, using it to translate, and all sorts of different use cases. But this example here of homework help using Google Lens is a really interesting one because it's a great example of when 2 teams came together to solve what we call a CUJ. So a CUJ stands for Critical User Journey. So the critical user journey here is I'm doing my homework. The question is like kind of complicated. I don't really know how to write out the whole thing into the search box. And even if I did, I might not get answers that are helpful. So currently, or at least before this product launch, you didn't really get a good answer if you put in 2x squared plus 5x plus 3. So the team said, okay, how can we help? We also have this product Lens, it's got this optical character recognition. So we had the homework team and the Lens team sort of come together, or the homework team is the EDU team, and have a collaboration. And what you see here is the result of that. So it's an example of taking a query and using a different entry point, the entry point being your camera, to create a new feature that has been really helpful for students. One of the other cool things about this feature is that you can't see it completely here, but it gives you the steps of how to solve the problem. So instead of just giving you the answer, which I know sometimes you just want the answer, but it'll walk you through and tell you about the formula that might be appropriate here, explain a little bit more about it. The team is doing lots of research and coming out with new products as well. So they have just launched some features with word problems too. So you can scan those and get an explanation. And they've been branching out into other topics as well. So not just math, also science, physics, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, cool feature, an example of teams working together to solve a critical user journey.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And if you want to try this out at lunchtime, our colleague Nisha is out in the hallway and can show you Lens, can show you some other cool AR, VR features. So next, we're going to show you one of our safety features, and Lindsay will talk to you about how we do that if I can figure out how to work Google Slides. Here you go, Lindsay.
Thank you. So Google's overall mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. But that being said, there are certainly kind of ways to do that in a way that makes it safe, both for under 18s and for the kind of the population at large. We found out that there was kind of an unmet user need in terms of being exposed to graphic content on search. So last year launched our Safe Search Blur feature, which blurs violent imagery and sexual imagery. You can see kind of here what that blurring looks like. Users can choose to unblur images by simply clicking on it, but it does kind of prevent from the shock that you might see when searching for certain terms. A great use case for this is, for example, searching for something about the war on Ukraine. If you just want to find out information, you may not want to see kind of graphic images from battle. Those images if they kind of meet the filter, will be they'll be blurred out if you can choose to click them off. This feature is a default for all of our users globally, both adults and minors. And you can change it in your settings, but we do kind of know that it is definitely wanted to be defaulted on. Additionally, parents and school administrators can lock the account to blur for minor accounts. So just providing an extra layer of safety on top of Google's already really robust safety features like the safe search filter, like our ranking protections, and similar.
Great. Thank you so much, Lindsay. And then John's here to tell us a little bit more about Google Assistant.
Yeah, I'm John. I'm a UX designer. I work on a team focused on kid-friendly search. So a big part of what we do is what Google does for the entire internet. What our team is trying to do is take a subset of that information and see all the great content that exists that was made specifically for kids. How can we search through that and give great results? So our team is working on that across search, but we also had our first launch last year on Assistant. Before on Assistant, there were a couple different safety features that you could turn on. One of them was called restricted answers mode. And basically what it did was give you no information. So you could turn it on so that, let's say you had a Google Home in your main living room. Maybe you had, like, you know, a really young kid and you wanted to make sure that they weren't able to search for things that might be dangerous or unsafe content. You could just have it turned off. What we did was create a much better and more robust version of that, which was use our kids' web content and hopefully give better answers. So instead of having just restricted answers mode, you could now turn on a feature called family-friendly answers. So for example, when you ask the question of what do orcas eat, instead of getting no answer, and instead of what just would normally have been the normal web answer, which was a much more detailed and might use words that, you know, a young child might not be able to understand, we have a kid web answer, which has a nice big picture on it and gives language that is much more familiar and easy to use. So this is the first place that kind of some of our kids content is showing up. And then there's going to be a bunch more that we're releasing throughout this year and next year. So that's what it looks like on Assistant.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to our colleagues here. Okay, so now it is your turn. What I'd like you to do is find one or two people near you. We're going to use a library voice because there's a lot of us in here. You're going to have about 10 or 15 minutes to think of a product that you'd like to build. And then think about how you would pitch that product. So what do you want to feel? What do you want to build? What product do you want to, or what problem do you want to solve? Who is the audience for the product that you want to build? And what type of resources would you need? We talked about user research. We talked about engineering. We talked about marketing. What types of help would you need from across the company? And then how are you going to pitch this idea to your executive? We're all about to turn into Google VPs. We've given ourselves promotions and we're going to pick 4 or 5 of you to come up here and give a 60-second pitch. And then the winner may get some swag. So think about it. The time starts now. Please inside library voices so that everybody can brainstorm. We will give you a 2-minute warning and then we'll take some volunteers to come pitch your idea to Google. So get brainstorming. Okay, time check, time check, time check. You've got 5 minutes. So, what I want you to do is figure out who amongst yourselves could volunteer to potentially be picked and come pitch your VPs. I want you to think not just about your product, but who's going to use your product and how you are going to market your product to that audience. All right, so 5 more minutes. Get thinking. Thank you.
Like you take a picture of one, say like I want one like this.
Absolutely. See, personalization. People want,
Yeah. And the only people who care about it are the regular.
Session data like last week trying to figure out like just in general cases if there's one search for recommending books for they scored 15 pages of results looking because they just wanted to see book covers. So that was the way that they were getting recommendations. And they went through 15 pages. That's insane. So like trying to find recommended books. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Because they wanted it to be visual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
My mom myself.
Right. Yeah. The insight of like good stuff is that like the more visual you make it, the more it's going to get. Like running the content might be there, but it's not presented. I mean, that's why like also TikTok is big. So like things like that is because it's like visceral.
I'm like, how would you actually interpret that to be like, what is, I mean, there are
But yeah.
that you
Right.
can tell what a
Correct.
Correct.
Just
fitting the company.
Yeah, it's a great.
Every single day label them.
Yeah, I mean, and it,
We have the bag is kind of full of them. We just want to hand them out as we go. Because we have 8 in there, 9 if you include the bag. I'm not surprised. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, guys. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. All right, I'm so excited to hear all of your ideas. And I heard some of them while I was walking around the room. Really, really great product ideas, things that I think could help a lot of people. So could I get some volunteers? Just raise your hand if you want to come present. Okay, I see one over here. I see one here. You were first to volunteer. Yep, over here. Second row. Yep, right here. Yep. And we'll do one more over here. All right, come on up. All right, can we get a round of applause for our volunteers?
Woo! Or you can stay down here. Oh yeah, we don't have a ramp. So yeah.
Okay, so what we are going to do is you have 60 seconds. And in that 60 seconds, tell us your idea, who's it for, how you're going to bring it to market, and then we may ask you a follow-up. So we'll start with you. What's your name, dear?
Anna.
Okay, Anna, here you go.
Imagine this. You're coming home from a day of school and it's been really hard.
there's been people who've been jerks. You're not feeling so good about yourself and you need somebody to talk to. But you feel like no one's really listening to you at home. Not the adults in your life, not really anybody. Luckily, Google has just a product to help you. Google Mentor is a little device, kind of like Google Home, that you can put pretty much anywhere. You can put it on a shelf in your room, or even better, you can take it with you while you travel in a little pouch, in a favorite toy you have, anything. It is completely carry on. It's very easy to use, and it replicates that person that you need to talk to, either AI or an actual teen who's going through that and knows how to help you. Google Mentor is the product to use if you need somebody to listen to you no matter what. It is targeted towards kids and teens and applies its knowledge to you whenever and wherever you need it. We're looking for 3 things: marketing to help sponsor the product so that kids and teens know exactly where to find it on social media. Number 2, partnerships with toy companies that you can put the device in and travel with. And number 3, engineers to create the product and regulate it to make sure that the information you're getting is safe and reliable. Thank you.
Go, Anna. Okay, VPs, do we have any follow-up questions? Yes, Sarah.
I have a question for you, Anna. Is that right?
Yes.
Anna, I have a question for you. Great pitch. Great pitch. My question for you is, how will you approach a situation where a teen asks the Google Mentor a question that starts to get increasingly risky? Like they're dealing with some really hard mental health situations and maybe they really need to talk to a person, but they're still talking to the AI. How would you handle that situation?
We're looking for, in the way that it would be engineered, to have it catch that. And so if the questions start to get a little more involved and serious, we need the bot to instantly say, here are the resources that you can go, the suicide helpline, actual people like BetterHelp. That is a therapy website that can really help with those sort of things. And also recommend that you do talk to a parent if it's getting that serious, because there are things that the AI just can't do. And so it is safer to rely on a real human being.
Great answer.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you. All right, our next volunteer, come on up. I can see your name is Andy. Andy, tell us what you have for us.
So imagine you read this great book and you really enjoyed it, but now you don't know what to read anymore. Well, I thought of like an extension of Google Lens where you can like scan the book and like it will tell you more ideas, more like works by the author and like more like similar books. And like I feel like this will encourage you to read more because it will give you like if you didn't know what to read and like you really enjoy that book, it will tell you similar books that you thank you.
That's great. Everybody, give a round of applause to Andy. I'm hearing a Google Books and Google Lens collaboration. VPs, do we have a question for Andy?
Yeah, how will you ensure that all the content that's recommended is appropriate for the age of the user?
I feel like an age, like since it recommends you similar books, it will you know it will be in your area. So yeah. And I feel like since the people that read have like a community by themselves, like they will really like spread the word by them with each other. So it will like promote. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. One more round of applause for Andy. All right. So we have Google Mentor. We've got, do you have a name?
No, not yet.
Okay. We'll think of a name. Maybe Google Reader, Google Suggest Me a Book, something like that. Great. Who's next?
Guess us.
All right. What's your name?
Peyton. Riley.
Peyton and Riley, tell us about your product idea.
Educators and students. Have you ever heard this excuse or said the excuse, my dog ate my homework?
Students, I know some of you for a fact have sacrificed your 8 hours of sleep
just to study for a test that you forgot about?
Well, we have a solution. Google Agenda is an extension of Google Lens and Google Calendar. It'll provide the opportunity of scanning your calendar through like your school provider, and it'll implement all of your tasks to do, and it'll set daily reminders for you to do them.
Google Agenda would consist of a scan learning management system, which would include activate boards, a sports schedule on a computer or paper with your phone, and the test and due dates for all of those things. It would sync all to your calendar.
The projected launch would be from August to December, so it will give user experience to the user, and then projected to launch by the new year to give like a fresh start and a new year.
This would impact Google because it would reach students, demographic, and educators. The management that we would need would be mainly schools and school boards.
By launching this in the second half of the year, it will give the larger demographic of the complex world to experience the benefits of Google Calendar. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much. Okay, maybe John, do you have a
Yeah, I'll
follow-up
ask a question. Do you see this as already going to be in Google Calendar, or do you need to get a new app to use this? Where would what surfaces would this be on?
So this would probably still be on Google Calendar. It would just be like a drop down, and you would hit the button and it would go straight to Google Lens for you to scan their either school app or the school paper calendar, like your sports schedule.
I think it would be an extension of it, not just, it would just be an added benefit to it, and it would like combine all of the benefits of all of it together.
Amazing, thanks.
All right, super. Thank you. All right, tell us your name and your idea.
My name is Tanveri Pudi, and the idea is, so basically I'll start my pitch now. How many of you have ever felt alone and isolated in your mental health struggles, and like you wanted to ask people for help and talk to them, but no one was available, and that made your mental health worse? Well, introducing Google Assistant's new mental health chatbot. This chatbot, whenever you're feeling like a challenge or you're just feeling an emotion that you want to share, it's going to be there for you to listen to you. And if you're asking like, I'm stressed, what can I do? It'll suggest a coping strategy that you can use to help in your mental health journey. For this, we'll need engineering, we'll need legal team, marketing, communications, and also mental health certified professionals to help build this. And the target audience would definitely be youth, because right now, like in schools, it's a time where they're trying to figure out their mental health. They don't know where they can go to learn things, to get resources and get help. It's a great way and a great platform that they can go to get help immediately. And it's through a great conversation as well. Adding on to the Nexus idea I shared earlier as well. And then how will I put, like the ROI would basically be people who are feeling isolated before, by using this mental health chatbot, they'll be able to get the support, feel more empowered and uplifted in their mental health journey, like they have support out there.
Great. Okay, VPs. I think VP Lindsay has a follow-up question.
We're seeing increasing regulations around children's privacy and safety. So how would you ensure that any of the sensitive information that your youth users share is kept private within your feature?
Yeah, so I think maybe how to keep their information private from anyone, like from parents or anything like that, or just in general, is you could either do one thing. You can say at the beginning, the mental health chat can be like, hey, I'm here to listen and yes, but I like this information may not be private, or you can make it private in a way that you know the terms and conditions, and you can go with those of understanding, like if I share this, they would know, but I can still go ahead with it or something like that.
And would you kind of create any controls for, parental control or, kind of access to anything?
Yeah, so I think it's important for youth to feel like independent in it, but also at some point, like the Google like chatbot can be doing a lot that it's like concerning, if that like they need to be with their parents to kind of understand this more. So I think there will be a part where like the Google Assistant can be like, or the Google Assistant's mental health chatbot can be like, hey, maybe talk to your parent about this and suggest ways that you can go approach your parent, because it's important to have an assistant, but being on digital media for so long and sharing everything with it, you can feel less of a human connection. So also kind of supporting the idea of going to people and talking.
Thank you.
Great. All right, we have our last volunteer. If you want to come up. And what's your name?
I am Kwesi. This is
I'm Wilmer Santos.
Great. So let us know about your product.
okay. So I'm going to help out. Uncomfortable question, but this is only going to work if we get a full participation everyone. All right. But sometimes it's good to be uncomfortable. Have you ever had a time where you felt ugly or undervalued? Like, raise your hand, just by showing hands. This will all be true. Like, I felt that way before, right? So this idea of an app is to help you notice that your scars, right, whether it be internal or physically, there's beauty within those scars. Okay. And this is a perfect app for you guys to interact with various other stories. You can maybe identify with them and help you realize the true identity of who you are, right? I believe that every single one of you in this room right now are special, whether we know you or not, but you are special. And that's the idea of our app. Our application is called Google You, right? You are the best you. There's no one that can be you better than you, right? So why not let the world know how special you are? Our target age group will be from high school, particularly because I always feel like, as an educator, I feel that high school is where students get to figure out who they're going to be, right? They go through so many changes. They go through so many personalities, so many different friend groups, right? And figure out who they are. And especially in this so fragile social space right now, everyone's emotions, everyone's thoughts, likes, or whatnot have you are based on either a like or how many followers you have. But it shouldn't be that way, right? Everyone is special. Everyone's unique. So I feel like with this innovative tool, this app, where you can have it either on an iPhone or an Android, I think it's important to know that you are special. I think the world to know that. If you have a story to share, right? I think people need to hear that so they cannot feel alone in it while they're going through what they're going through. So an app that will make you look in a mirror and say, wow, I'm beautiful. Even if the world doesn't accept me, I'm beautiful. And that's the idea of Google You.
Great. Thank you so much. I think we're going to ask a question to your co-creator. So guys, do we have any questions? Follow up?
Yeah, I guess what would you say if you had to tell someone was like the #1 feature? How does it do this? How does it make you feel unique?
Basically, the #1 feature about this app called Google You is basically it will be like an app for community. So like if anybody in here is dealing with mental health or physically, mentally, there's gonna be communities where you can pick that category and express your feelings to other people. Not just have a bot, because sometimes people are gonna be like, man, why am I talking to a bot? When you want to be, you're like you want to be talking to a human and actually feel that connection to somebody else that's equal to you and like just has the same feelings as you. So that's why I feel like that would be the #1 feature on the app.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Can we have all of our great volunteers back up here? We're going to take 30 seconds to confer on this is going to be a hard decision, but we're going to figure out which product we most want to build in 20. Give us. Thanks, guys. All right, one more big round of applause for our product managers. I have to say this was a really tough and split decision. But I have the honor to announce our winner because the winner of Product Manager for a Day pitched us an idea that all of us said, hey, we would want to use this ourselves. And we saw some really cool potential for integrations between Workspace and other Google products that people use. So give it up to Google Agenda team. Thank you guys so much. We'll take a picture, but we have a little piece of swag for everybody and then special swag for you guys. So thank you guys. Clap, clap, clap. One more round. So One more thing. I know a bunch of you had ideas for Google Lens. I heard a lot of Lens ideas. And so at lunch, go see Nisha outside. Nisha, wave your hand. Say hi. Go see Nisha. Try out what we have in terms of very fun AR, VR tools. One of them is Lens Homework Help. Other ones include animals that you can place in your room and a cool AR VR feature. We've got some Google Arts and Culture AR VR features as well. So please take a moment to check that out. And thank you again, everybody. I'll pass it back to Kim.
Perfect. Yes, let's do this. Hey, we are ready to have some lunch. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Here's what's going to happen. Lunch is going to be, you're going to grab lunch. We're going to be sending the winners here soon. First, the winners are going to get their food. And then we're also any mentors. What's going to happen? Help me out with the noise because I want to make sure you guys get this. Okay. Shh, help me out with the noise. What's going to happen? We have what's called a live museum. Well, you can still continue to eat and you'll come in here. We're going to have this set up because we want you to come and talk to the winners. I want you to hear about their projects and ask them questions. We had questions for you on a sheet of paper. We also have past winners. Can we give up for Anna Miller's in the house? So you guys past winners are in the house. I know Mallory Bornasian is also a past winner. I know she's in the house. So you guys will meet some past winners. Here's who's also in the house. We have people from Adobe. We have people from Google. We have people from Who Knows Brain Pop. Right? Yeah, we have someone from Brain Pop here. So you'll want to bring your lunch in here, walk around. We're going to have a live museum where you can ask them questions. So teachers, we need your help to make sure your students are pushing them up and having conversation, right? Patty Judge from All Rise is here. You want to make sure you go have a conversation with her, right? All these people are here for you to talk and mingle with. So teachers, make sure you help me out. Winners, if I can have you at this time to go get up and you guys are going to go grab your food first. I'm going to have you guys go out with your guests. Winners and their guests, you guys get up and go get your food, right? And then who has seen American Idol? Has anybody seen American Idol? We have American Idol former top 9 singing at lunch along with Simone. We'll be doing some things, so be ready for it, all right? Here we go. All right, it looks like you guys can, yep. When you guys are ready, you guys can head out line. There should be a line for lunch.
I can't believe we're on time.
you about the power of your voice. At Google, Dave serves as the Ads Responsibility Officer, ensuring that Google Ads has an inclusive lens while delivering amazing experiences for users and customers. Before this role, they misspelled it on me. It's Dale, okay. Dale was the chief of staff for Google Shopping and Travel after working for 10 years as a leader in Google Finance. Dale is a proud alumnus of Prep for Prep, where he also serves as the board of trustees. A native of Brooklyn, New York, he graduated from Calhoun School, earned a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from Wesleyan University, and his MBA from Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. His core values are his faith, his family, and service, and in particular, promoting CS and entrepreneurship with underserved communities. Dale, come on up.
Yeah. Thank you. How's everybody doing? Make some noise, make some noise. You are in the building, so you're supposed to make some noise and let your voice be heard. Now, I'm sure your parents have told you that you are exceptional. Can you hear me? Okay. Your parents have told you you're exceptional. Your friends, your teachers have told you that you're exceptional. But it's very important that you tell yourself that you are exceptional. So I need you guys some crowd participation here, not in your inner voice. I want to hear your outside voice. Can you guys repeat after me, please? Can you repeat after me, please? Yes. I am exceptional. That's what I'm talking about. Give yourself a round of applause. What? Oh, wait. Oh, I got to click my slides. My bad. Okay, you guys like my futuristic? That's my AI generated. Okay. Who said that? Yeah. Okay, AI in the building right over there. Okay, so you heard my values. The key one is service. And I heard Brooklyn in the hizzy. Not enough. Come on, Brooklyn, you gotta make noise, Brooklyn. Okay, so I grew up in Brooklyn. It's called Brownsville, maybe about 10 miles from here, and humble circumstances. So I grew up in the projects, and I have a distinct memory of when I was a kid, just fifth floor of the projects, looking out to the horizon, always wondering, what is beyond that horizon? Like, what is there? Is it good? Is it exciting? Is it scary? And then this organization called Prep for Prep gave me a ton of life-changing experiences, including a full scholarship to a private school, maybe an hour away. I had an internship at the White House, a lot of interesting things that they gave me. And so through those experiences, I realized that what was beyond that horizon was almost anything that I could aspire to be. And so that's the message I want you all to, if anything you're going to take from what I'm going to speak to you over the next 15 to 20 minutes, you have to dream big. Not here, but beyond the ceiling. Because if you dream it, it is possible. Make sense? Okay. All right. Who likes sports? That's it. I mean, everybody raise a hand, but yeah. You guys got to give me some energy. Do you know who all these folks are on the screen here? Do we know who he is? Wayne Gretzky. Do we know who he is? The Worm. Oh, what you said? Wait, hold on. Who? You? Okay, but don't say anything. Who knows who this is? Boom. 1, 2 people. Anybody else knew that was Becky? Do you know who Becky Hammond is? Okay. I'm gonna talk about these three, and I'm gonna go counterclockwise. Okay, because I like sports and you like sports, it's gonna be a connection. Becky Hammond, 5'6". Do you know what the average height of a WNBA player is? Who says 6 feet? What's your name, brother? Joshua, 6 feet. The average height of a WNBA basketball player is 6 feet. So this woman is half a foot shorter than the average height. She's even taller than that, right? She was undrafted coming into the WNBA. She wasn't recruited when she got to college, but some people know she is arguably one of the greatest WNBA basketball players of all time. Some have her in the top 25. She's coaching, one of the first female coaches to coach in the NBA. And if you heard Pau Gasol speak, everybody know who Pau Gasol is. He's like I've been coached by Pop, I've been coached by Phil Jackson. She is at that level. She's an amazing coach, undersized. You know what she did? She believed in herself, irrespective of size, irrespective of what folks talked about her. And what you would say is when she had the ball in her hand, you didn't know what was going to happen. She had great vision. So Becky Hammon, undersized, but impactful. Let's talk about Wayne Gretzky. You know how tall Wayne Gretzky is? 6 foot. Do you know how much he weighs? 185. Wayne Gretzky is, I think there's no debate, he's the greatest hockey player, the greatest person to put on skates and play hockey. He has the most goals scored. He has, by 700, more assists than the second highest player of all time. Therefore, more. So he's like, if you put it in basketball terms, he's like LeBron James and Michael Jordan mashed up with John Stockton and Magic Johnson. He is different. Exactly. He is different. And his contemporary was a guy named Mario Lemieux, also a Hall of Famer. Mario Lemieux had Wayne Gretzky by 4 inches and 50 pounds. That's a lot. So when people ask Wayne Gretzky, well, how did you do it? Wayne Gretzky says, I skate to where the puck is going to be, not where it's been. Whoa. Oh, I see, these are my people right here. You heard that hum? They're like, yeah. Look, CEOs quote this man. That's how strong that quote is. His vision was impeccable. So it didn't matter that he was undersized. He believed in himself and he had a vision for where things were going to be and he sought out the opportunity. That's why he is the greatest player of all time. Facts? Facts. Now let's go to the worm. Okay, let me talk about this dude for a second. He can't shoot. He can't pass. He could barely dribble. So why is he one of the greatest players to play basketball? It's not just rebounding. And let me break down the story. Everybody know Isaiah Thomas? Okay, one of the greatest point guards ever to play. He told this amazing story that I checked out on Instagram. Maybe Instagram? Or you all moved on to TikTok already? So, we know who the Google in the room is. So, all right. So let me tell the story that Isaiah Thomas said. He said they're like playing a game, they're warming up, they're like shooting layups. And Dennis Rodman stopped shooting layups. And he's just standing, looking up in the air. Now, Dennis is eccentric. So people ignore him. Like Dennis is doing Dennis things. But then Isaiah gets a little bit annoyed. He's the captain. I'm going to go talk to this guy. Dennis, what you doing? He's like, Isaiah, I'm counting. Now, Isaiah probably had it. He's like, counting what? He's like, well, when you shoot the ball, it's a flatter shot, 3 rotations. But when Joe Dumars shoots the ball, 4 to 5 rotations, tighter spin. He was talking about the science of rebounding. He was analyzing how long the ball stayed in the air so that he could know when to crash the board. He did that for all of his players, likely for all of the players he was going to go against, so he knew when to go in and get the rebound. When was the optimal time? How tall is Dennis Rodman? 6'7". How much does he weigh? 210. The man was smaller than Michael Jordan, physically. And the people he competed against were easily 2 to 4 inches taller, and again, 40 to 50 pounds greater. So this man used his intelligence, his lived experience, to devise a way that he would be impactful to the game. And he got like 5, 6 chips, maybe even more than that. I can't even count. I think he got 2 with the Pistons, 3 with the Bulls, and 1 with the Spurs. So he has as many championships as Michael Jordan and is impactful in all of those games. What does this mean for you? Get to my next slide. Analyze the environment. Trust your instincts. Believe in yourself. And see where the opportunity is. Where there's growth, there's opportunity. Emerging tech, that's the future of wealth. That's the future of influence. And what do the large multinational companies want? They want to understand your perspective because you are Gen Z, because you are the future of influence, because they have to understand why do you scroll and how fast do you click and what are you doing? They need to understand your perspective. So who's better to tell that story besides you? It doesn't matter if you are undersized, underestimated. None of that stuff matters because your cultural intelligence and your lived experience, you mash that up with technology, whatever you pursue, that creates magic. That is why you are exceptional. Lean into that. That was the connection between those three stories. You are all innovators. And you have to understand that your voice is required for the success of these companies and basically for how society is going to think. Does that make sense? Oh no, it better make sense. Does that make sense? We talking about you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Come on. You are your voice. That's magic. And I just want to leave with a couple of examples. I don't know how much time I have left, but just a couple of examples. Here's a buddy of mine. We're both part of that Prefer Rep organization. His name is Florian. He worked on Chromebooks. And everybody know what a Chromebook is. Yeah. It's not a MacBook, but good enough. Okay, so his mentor says to him, Florian, you are quite capable. You're obviously intelligent. What are you going to do at Google that nobody else can do? Florian loves taking pictures. Florian is biracial. He's part German, part Jamaican. He has pictures of his grandmother when he was a child, and she's fading into the blackness because her image was not represented correctly. Florian founded Project Douglas. Why Project Douglas, you may ask? It's named after Frederick Douglass. Did you know Frederick Douglass was the most photographed man of the 19th century? Forget man, person. You knew that. Boss. What's your name? Anna, you a boss. Nobody knows that. She kind of took my story. Most photographed man of the photographed person of the 19th century. Why was Frederick Douglass the most photographed person of the 19th century? Technology. He said, hey, wait a minute. Here's a technology that can dictate how people view someone who looks like me. And as opposed to looking at an enslaved person or a person with scarifications across their back, I'm going to present a dignified approach. You're going to see me in a different light, and I have that be photographed. And I'm going to use that technology to kind of tell a narrative or project a narrative about people who are looking like me. That's Project Douglas. That became Realtone, and he challenged Google basically to say, let's make sure all skin tones are seen by camera technology, because that wasn't the case. And so what happens in 2022? You guys know what this is. Wakanda forever. Oh, come on, guys. Cultural here. 2022 ebony picture. That was taken with a Pixel 6 phone, a Google phone. And this gentleman, a couple years out of college, he is the creator of that initiative right within Google. Yeah, you can shout him out. Who likes hip hop? 50th anniversary last year. What you all don't know is I used to rap back in the day. I only have 1 minute, so it'll be no verses, she told me. But I want to introduce you to my friend Aaron. He loves music. He loves tech. And he helped create something called Text Effects, human imagination mashed up with artificial intelligence. Do we know who Lupe Fiasco is? 12-time Grammy nominated, one time he won. MIT professor, lover of words. Aaron collaborated with him on a artificial intelligence tool for writers, rappers, and wordsmiths, just to help them magnify their craft. breaks up words in multiple. It's called text effects. If you go on YouTube, you can see the video of it, and you can actually play with the tool if you search for text effects on, who said Google search? Google search! Like Zoe said, Google search. 2 years out of undergrad. He's creating, with his lived experience, his cultural intelligence, magic. That's tapped in because it's his experience. So what is your lived experience? What is your cultural intelligence? What magic is going to come out of this room? I'm looking forward to it, and I'm sure everybody else is too. Thank you.
Dale Alsop, thank you. Inspiration, leadership, giving everybody a bigger dream for themselves. That was an incredible speech. Thank you, Dale. I think he took it with him. Dale, do you have the clicker?
Oh, did I move the clicker?
Did you take the clicker?
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Oh.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
There you go.
I almost went into song. Sorry.
We're going to have to hear him rap for that one now.
Beautiful. And now for our final panel of the day, Brace for Change, AI and the New Digital Frontier. This discussion will help us better our understanding of artificial intelligence and how we can best utilize AI. Please welcome Justine Ferry of Logically, Jesse Lubinsky of Adobe, Chris White of Microsoft, and Julie Smith of Verizon. We will also welcome Anvita Embardikar, our annual PR intern, as the moderator.
Here you are.
Thank you so much. Should we?
All right.
All right. Yes. Here, would you like this? Thank you. Oh, yeah, did you?
Well, hello. As Caitlin said, my name is Anvita, and I'm the annual PR intern at Digital4Good. So I lead a team of specialists in crafting monthly blogs and press releases about all of our student-led events. So if our panelists could just do a quick introduction about what your company, maybe where you're based, and a little bit about what you do regarding AI in your role.
Going this way?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So, hi, everyone. My name is Jesse Lubinsky. I am an education evangelist with Adobe based out of New York. I actually work with students in New York City and across the Northeast. So, Adobe's version of generative AI is something called Firefly, which is something you see across all of our products. And we'll talk a little bit more as we get into the questions about what that means and how that differs from some of the other things you may be familiar with using in the AI space.
Hi, my name is Justine Ferry. I'm here from Washington, D.C., where I work at a startup called Logically. For a simple overview, Logically is a trust and safety software that uses AI to detect conversations and threats on online platforms.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julie Smith. I'm here from Verizon. I'm a senior manager managing personalization at scale. It's really my responsibility to help the business bridge the gap between business and technology to figure out which use cases are the best ones for using AI, machine learning, and generative AI so that we can make sure that we're showing up in the right moments at the right time with the information that you guys are looking for most.
Thank you. So I just wanted to start off saying now we hear a lot about AI. You know, there's ChatGPT, there's Google's Bard, and all these large language models. So what do you define artificial intelligence as, like either in your workplace or just for our audience of students here today? This is kind of like generic for all of you.
I mean, I can kick it off because it's easier to go first than to have you try to follow me. I think one of the reasons probably that we paused is that AI is really broad, and I think it applies to a lot of different aspects of technology. My dad learned how to code when it was cards that went into a computer in the 60s, and at least for him. And he likes to tell me that that was AI and that this is nothing new, and everyone is too excited about this whole AI thing. I'll be very curious if you agree.
I was actually going to say it's not so much about defining AI. It's more of knowing that it isn't something new. I think, November 22 hits, ChatGPT is there, and everyone's like, AI is now available. It's like, no, AI has been around a long time. It's just now more democratized to where students can use it in their work in ways that they weren't able to do it before. And so I think that's the real shift, is kind of, what does that mean now that students have access to this kind of technology?
Yeah.
So I'm going to confess something here. I hope we can keep it a secret, okay? Because I'm certain my boss is going to see this. But my confession is that trying to keep up with all of the definitions is really hard. Like, there is no one solid answer for what is artificial intelligence. Everyone agrees to, right? So the way I conceptualize it is AI is really about kind of taking some of the best parts of the human experience, like our ability to take in all of this information all the time, to see these patterns and to try to adapt to situations that may be unfamiliar. And you can kind of see this, right? So you have Chat GPT, you have recommendation, you have the algorithm that everyone's always talking about. But you also have things like self-driving cars, where they're taking some information, they're learning in real time, and they don't know what the next block is going to bring, and it's trying to help you navigate what that looks like. So I would say, if you take nothing else away from this, the definition is going to change. Like, every day it's going to change just a little bit, but you contribute to what that definition ultimately is going to be, and really how we're going to use it as we move forward, as our life progresses.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. So for Justine, I wanted to ask you, so now, like, in the modern world, as teens, like my age, everyone here's age, we use AI. What do you think AI could be used for, for issues like mental health or cyberbullying, like all these wonderful change makers, they have all these projects. So in relation to that topic, how could AI be used?
I think there's so many different applications of AI that exist now, but so many more that all of you are going to come up with. I think it's an opportunity for you to think, what could we do faster or smarter in your lives? Because I think there are so many ideas for AI that haven't been thought of yet and are going to be thought of by your generation. When in my work, what we're doing is kind of teaching the AI what looks like a threat, and then it tells us, hey, this looks like what you taught me is a threat. But it doesn't have to be a threat, right? It can be anything. It can be, hey, this is the outfit that you liked last week. Here's something that might be similar that you want to wear next week. It can be whatever your passion is. The idea is that it's a computer that can learn, take in information, grow and change, and then pump something out that is probably applicable to you or anticipating your needs. And so I'm going to turn the question back on all of you and hope that you surprise me with some really exciting ways to use AI to make my life faster, easier, safer. I'm excited for it.
And so, just like a follow up, how do you think students can protect their privacy while using AI? I know it's still kind of like, or not, well, depending on what AI we're talking about, but things like ChatGPT and Bard are relatively new. So, like, how do you protect your privacy while using those applications?
Do you mind if I take this one?
Oh, yeah, go.
That's a hard question, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of that question, right? Because it is emerging. The answer here, it's going to sound really simple, but give me a second to cook on this, okay? Like, the AI, when it ingests information, all of the efforts possible to anonymize the information has happened. So the AI doesn't actually know you, an individual. They don't know me as Julie, okay? They only know me as user, 2234584, whatever the number, it's absolutely made up. Please don't look it up, okay? The only way the AI is gonna know who I am specifically is if I tell it. So if you are very proactive, you're very thoughtful about what information are you giving. The same thing would say social media. Let's, in most cases, not put our addresses out there, not put our social security numbers out there. Now, I mean, for many people, there's a growing realm of people that don't even want to put their face out there, right? But you control what you share with AI. So the simplest answer here is it starts with you and making sure that you're proactive about not giving AI personally identifiable information that it doesn't need. Would you guys like to add on to that?
I think this recent kind of explosion of AI has actually forced a lot of us who've been putting content out for a long time to rethink what type of content we put out. And so just from a personal level, I've actually started to scale back not only what I put out, but what I've already put out. So starting to kind of, I mean, you leave a digital footprint anytime you put something out there. So it's kind of, they say the internet is forever. But at the same time, you really do have to be mindful of what content are you putting out there, because ultimately that leaves a trail. And now with AI, it becomes a lot easier to for bad actors or for technology to leverage that information in a bad way.
Yeah, for sure. So, I'm sure one thing that all of the students here are wondering is like, what are the pros and cons of using AI for homework?
Can I feel this one?
Go for it.
So as someone who works with teachers and students on a pretty much daily basis, I am extremely pro using AI, but I think the big shift is, and you may be ready for it, but it's the teachers who we need to kind of make sure that they're ready to support you in using those type of technologies. My daughter is actually a freshman in college, and I've actually been getting on her for not using AI to support the work they do. So there's responsible use of AI, and then there's irresponsible use. So I think we could all agree that having AI try to write a paper for myself would not be responsible use of AI. So what would be a responsible use? Well, we know that teachers give you rubrics or tell you how you're going to be graded. A really easy way to use AI, and one that I encourage, is providing AI with, this is how my teacher's grading my assignment. Here's what I've written so far. What improvements could I make to this work? What's it missing? And using it is almost like someone to read through your paper and give you feedback for it. I know that, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to go right into like the credit for the work, but like Adobe's version of AI, Firefly, is something where you can do text to image, meaning I can put in text and it'll generate an image from it. Now, I started teaching in New York City back when we were arguing whether students should be allowed to use calculators. And then after that, it was whether or not we should use Google search, because we don't want kids searching the internet for information. And now we're moving to this place where it's not about searching for content, it's about creating content. If you could think of it, it can be created, whether it's an image, whether it's video, whether it's audio, whether it's a paper. So ultimately, I think we want to use these tools. We want to use them responsibly, but there have already been organizations like MLA or APA that do citation that have provided resources on how you appropriately to use these technologies, but it's.
So do you think like if I asked Adobe to generate an image and say I use that image in a slideshow here, would I have to cite that work? And if I did, how would I cite it?
That would be so, and every company's technology is different, because how we generate those images, like we generate our images off of Adobe stock, which is fully licensed and available for our users to use. So that image is yours. It's not something that you have to then provide credit for. That's your image. Not every tool works that way. And that's why it's also equally important that you kind of research the tools you're using to make sure that you do have the rights to the content that you're creating.
Do you mind if I add
Yeah,
on
go
to
ahead.
that? So one, probably worth mentioning, you should always reach out to your school to make sure that you understand what the school's official stance
Policies
is.
on AI.
Policies, right? But beyond that, like in my mind, it's about how you use it. So let's say you know what your theme is, you know the message that you're trying to tell, but you don't necessarily know what books you should be looking to reference to cite in your sources. It can generate out a list. If you want to do like a 5 paragraphs, kind of abstract, it can help you generate that. If you don't even know where to start, it can help you generate those ideas on where you want to start so that you can authentically use it to amplify your voice and put your perspective about what you view that topic is.
You actually reminded me of a con. So I am a student as well. So I am currently doing my doctoral work, and I don't know how people did doctoral work before there was AI. Like it's really tedious and hard. But I did actually recently I was asking it. I was like, I have to do a case study, a legal case study. Let me ask it how it would handle it, and then ask for some citations of case law. And so it did it. And then just because I wanted to double check, I wanted to make sure, I'm like, I've never heard of this before. I went and researched a couple of the cases that it cited. They didn't exist. Because again, it's not Google search. It's not searching the internet and compiling the content, and it's not a person thinking. It's a language model. So it's actually just taking what it thinks it should be saying and telling you that, even if that is not an actual thing. So be careful when you use these tools, because it's not just about, I think it's good for brainstorming. It's good for generating a list of questions. It's not great for doing the actual work and for providing you with actual citations for real content. Some of them are made up.
I would absolutely agree with that. So a lot of people don't realize, but those large language models, they can and will lie to you. You can tell them in your prompt engineering to say, like, only give me accurate information, right? But it's you. These are tools that are meant to help make your life easier, faster, help you explore something that you hadn't explored before. So some of that responsibility and being responsible when you're using it is making sure you double check it. Even if they give you a list of books, even if they tell you exactly the quote, you still need to go read the book or skim the book to make sure that the message of the book as a whole aligns with the message of the paper that you're trying to share. So you are actively present in making decisions. I would say use your time and your choice to really make sure your voice is amplified and not just, speaking into the stratosphere.
Yes, for sure. So, another question that commonly comes up is about the ethics of AI. So, for example, if there was a self-driving car and it had to choose between two options, so hitting someone on a sidewalk and going straight and hitting another car. So, who gets to define these ethics, and then who takes responsibility for the outcome?
Did AI come up with this question? This is I'm happy to let anyone else go first.
Do you want me to start?
I feel like I'm not going to answer that actual scenario, but what I will say is it's kind of all of us, right? All of us are responsible in partnership, right? Because while companies are going to develop their own, AI ethics policies, ultimately, who holds them accountable, right? We say government does, but ultimately, it's up to us to kind of, use our voice and to kind of, throw it back to Dale talking about student voice.
Yeah.
It's using your voice to help influence those policies and those regulations and the things that we believe are right and wrong and consistent with those belief systems.
Yeah. Do you want to? Please.
I'll just throw in
Please.
the perspective from Washington, D.C. I think you're exactly right saying we as a society and as voters set what we think is right. Functionally, though, the government in DC should be setting what we think is right. And I think we're seeing right now with AI in particular, but technology as a whole, the government is really far behind. The government, I think there is both a lack of willingness, but I think also a lack of understanding and a clear perspective on what needs to be done. And I think it's up to smart people to kind of bring up those issues, inform their policymakers about what to believe in, because this is all brand new. And I think right now, personally, I would say we're seeing a gap in Washington, D.C. when it comes to actually taking a stand and regulating some things when it comes to the internet, social media, AI, where we've seen other countries, especially the EU, step up and actually try to regulate things. I think Washington, D.C. is really far behind and eventually will catch up. But right now there's a gap.
One of the things that makes this a particularly unique time in history is that with other technologies, we had time to kind of sit and talk about it. So I'll go back to that example I said before. When I was in school and Google first comes on the scene and we're talking about whether or not we should allow kids to use Google. Well, Google search is staying consistent while we're having these conversations. AI comes out in the fall of ChatGPT launches in the fall of 2022. And we're starting to have those conversations. And in the first month we're having those conversations, it gets 400 times smarter. So we're not really at a place where we can sit and have this prolonged discussion about it. We need to take active movement now to ensure that safeguards are in place while we continue to do this work.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to round us out on this, if you will. And I would say that I want to come back to his original stance that said we're all responsible and actively participating in defining what ethics is. So I think a lot of people look at ethics and they think, oh, the developers, because they're coding these things, right? And that's true. And all of the other people in the business who have an active hand as a part of the building of that as a service, they also are weighing in. Each company has their own ethics team, really defining for the company's perspective what's ethical. And then you have policymakers, which I agree completely, there's a gap here. But there's another piece. Each of you here are actively participating in many spaces, right? If you're on TikTok and you're scrolling, guess what? Your activity is feeding back into the model, right? So you are actively, when you're creating that content, your content is getting put into that stratosphere. And when we talk about the pressure and the relationship that we as citizens have with our policymakers, it's with us, with our voting. And not just that, let's be really honest and candid about where we are. A lot of the people in Congress that make our policies, there will be plenty of opportunity for many people in this room and out there in TV land or whatever they say, to step up and to step into these policy spaces. We need people who are educated, who are passionate about this, who are being aware and having the conversations to understand what that defining as a human with that very real situation, I don't know how I would handle it. And even more so, I don't know what I would do after I made the decision and I had to be responsible for what that decision makes. And it's a hard question. And I love that it's even coming up because we have to lean into that discomfort of having the conversation. Are we going to come up with an answer today? Absolutely not. But we should continue to keep having the conversations until we do have an answer.
Thank you. So just to wrap up, if AI wrote a knock knock joke, what would be the punchline?
I actually had AI do that right before we got on stage. I forgot the punchline. Okay, here we go.
I did too.
Ready? Knock knock.
Who's there?
Data.
Data who?
Data who?
Data mining this conversation for valuable insights.
Okay.
I don't know. So apparently not funny. The AI needs to work on that. So there are places where AI can improve over time. So that's good to know.
It's actually already better than when you asked it that question 5 minutes ago.
Do you guys have one?
Orange, you glad I didn't say melon? I think speaking to AI is just sort of grabbing at what looks like a joke, but not really understanding the build up to get there.
Got you. I feel like maybe, and you guys be the judge of this, I feel like maybe my chatbot persona that I programmed, we might be coming in just a little bit. Okay. They said, knock, knock. Hey, Siri.
Hey, Siri.
Hey, seriously? Like, how has your day been going? Did you enjoy it? Did you learn something new today? You guys having a good time? Real talk. This is really what my persona gave me. So, not nearly as good as, I don't think it's better now after I've said it.
Okay, well, thank you so much, guys, for coming out and speaking at this conference.
Thank you.
Let's give them a big round of applause.
Good job. Which I mean, okay. Yeah. Awesome. Take
All right, that was a great panel on AI, and I'm going to admit that I like to make people laugh and do funny things too. So the best use that I've found for AI, especially ChatGPT, is making memes for the internet. Remember when you have like these ideas for memes and you had to go Google search and find all these different images and try to figure out how to make these images that don't really work very well fit your meme? Well, you can now go to AI and go, hey, I want this to happen. I know it's not super constructive, but that's how I'm using it.
If it makes you happy, it makes you happy. And to close us out, I want everyone to join me in welcoming back the ever so talented Simone.
Hi again. So social media has played a huge part in my music career and most music careers of the past decade. With the rise of platforms like TikTok, independent artists like myself have been given the opportunity to have our music introduced to millions of people around the world. Through online communities, I'm able to easily connect directly with the people that listen to my music. It's so much fun to get creative on social media and build content and excitement around the music I release. In a few weeks, I'll be starting the Open Book Tour, where I'll be playing shows exclusively in bookstores up and down the East Coast. Actually, thank you. Thanks. If you see this little QR code, you can get some tickets to the shows if you want. I am playing a show in Baltimore. I know we got some Baltimore people in here, so yeah, I wanted to find a way to bridge the intimacy of live performance with online communities like Book Talk, where there's a vast amount of people on TikTok sharing and talking passionately about the books they love. It's been really amazing to see people getting excited about this tour online and getting tickets to the shows. I'm very excited about it. And yeah, that community building and reach is really possible because of the power of social media, which is really cool. So, okay, now I'm going to play another song. This is called Linger.
You said you loved me from the first second. I said, honey, that's impossible. My hair was short, yours was always how it is. Out of place, and I still had my braces on. You laughed it off, said it didn't look that bad. I disagreed, and you kissed my neck. I forgot your number, your face, and your friends. Strange how fast I knew you, then didn't again. I've done everything that I can to forget. Somehow you still linger, even after you left. Somehow you still linger. You took me back to your apartment. You shared a bunk bed with your brother. Turned on the TV, but we made out through the whole thing. Now I can't watch that show anymore. Hailed for a cab, you said call me when you're home. So I did, and we talked all night. I forgot your number, your face, and your friends. Strange how fast I knew you, then didn't again. I've done everything that I can to forget. Somehow you still linger, even after you left. And I hate to think that you don't remember all the little things that I do, but why would you? And I hate that I bring you up in conversation, like you're there to come home to. I might miss you, oh, you linger. I forgot your number, your face, and your friends. Strange how fast I knew you, then didn't again. I've done everything that I can to forget. Somehow you still linger, even after you left. Somehow you still linger. Somehow you still linger. Oh, somehow you still linger.
Thanks. I got one more. This is a song I have out called Nevermind. Thank you guys again, and thanks for having me. It's been amazing and so awesome to see all these amazing people here in one room. It's awesome. So, yeah.
Blankets out on the beach with some other girl, man. What was that for? Write your names in the sand, you're holding a hand, man. What was that for? Rachel, out of line, Ella, I'm trying to tell you they don't know you like that. And I've been waiting for something, you're giving me nothing. I know you like that. Lead me on, know it's wrong, but I kinda like the attention. Give me 1 minute of your time. Dress it up as affection. Make me promise that I'll be honest, but you're lying right to my face. You're sweet, nothing's a card you bluff. It makes me wonder why I stay. Kiss me more, slam the door. First it's ours, then it's yours. Say you want me, but then change your mind. Said you love me, then said never mind. Never mind. Every time I say goodbye, you know I don't mean it. I make a mess of me for you, baby. Every time I say goodbye, you know I don't mean it. I make a mess of me for you, baby. Kiss me more, slam the door. First it's ours, then it's yours. Say you want me, but then change your mind. Said you love me, then said never mind. Never mind. Oh yeah, never mind. Oh, oh, never mind. Never mind. Said you love me, then said never mind. Never mind.
Like, dang you, Simone. Oh gosh. Hey, you guys, we're so honored. Here's the thing. Everybody in here can't help. The question is, will you? Right? So I'm hoping today you guys have your action items that you guys can do. I'm actually going to go the other way. If you can, Maya, if you want to slide this way, come over here to this, come towards me. There we go. Perfect. If you guys want to scan that, this really makes a difference. Making a survey and taking this, we can send it out as an email too, but we need you to fill it out. And here's the reason why. 92% of students and people who've come in here, 92 have either said they're either going to support these student winners or they got inspired that they're going to go make their own projects afterwards. That is a high percentage. So I'm just making sure that's how we then go to companies saying this is a powerful event, right? So this survey does help us go to companies saying this is what we can do. It also helps us get schools to come because they see the percentages, right? Also giving us feedback. What did you like? The number one thing students want to talk about is the food. I don't have any control over the food. So give us more detail on what did you guys like hearing from? Is there any suggestions you guys have? We really do take your suggestions seriously, right? So please fill the survey out. It makes a difference. What else can they do, Maya?
Yeah, action number 2. You guys heard my story. You guys heard my why. So I want you guys to think about yours and then come join our family and advocate for it. So you can join us as a volunteer. You can also join our steering committee. And then our last one is go check out our social media. My face is
Can we go to the
always
next
on,
slide?
on the Instagram stories. So you guys can check that out. ICANHELP official on almost all platforms, I think. So go check us out, support us, repost our content. That's how we reach further audiences.
And these are our sponsors. And I know we've got to do some shout outs to, for sure, Google, right, for this amazing space. We've got Growing Leaders here. Growing Leaders are here, right? Like these are the people that help make this happen. Shout out to Chu from Cool Speaks. All these different people have made this happen. And again, like they said, hit the next one. Number one thing students ask me, if you can get the next slide for me, because students or the staff, everybody asks me how people find us. Honestly, they find us from social media. From students resharing it, people like Maya who reshare it, right? That we are doing such incredible things. So please join us, share our message, reshare the live stream with different people so we can get more people on board. All right. When you guys leave, you do have to have a Googler exit. When you guys leave, a Googler has to walk out with you. So please make sure you know that. And keep networking for a little bit of time while we clean up and all those different things. Go up to somebody and tell them that they were inspired you, right? Before you guys leave on that end. Can we give it one more time for the IT group in the back that's been doing such an amazing job? Thank you, IT group. And shout out to Josh Lipka, who has been helping us with the live stream, and he's our creatives director. Can we give a shout out to Josh Lipka, please? Can we give our hands together? It is 100% the people behind the scenes and people that are here in the audience and all the amazing parents as well. Can we give the parents of these students a hand, because it does make a difference, right? Anyhow, if you guys have any questions, our team is here to answer. Thank you again for coming tonight. You guys be amazing. And thank a Googler when you guys leave. Thank you, everybody.